Good morning. My name is Robin Pope. For the record, today is Tuesday, February 20th, 2024. This hearing is being conducted both in person at the Cordell Hull Building here in Nashville and telephonically using Mr. Bickford. I think you need to mute yourself. I got some feedback from your line. Oh, he's leaving. Okay. If you have technical difficulties for some reason, everyone on the line, just just be patient with us. Email me. If you're not able to rejoin the hearing, just contact Kawana Barbie. I'll give you a phone number real quick. Her phone number is 615-747-5386, or otherwise just email me and we'll try to make sure we get you back in on the hearing if something does crash or something like that, power outage, what have you. We are present today before the Tennessee Assessment Appeals Commission, who have been appointed by the State Board of Equalization to review initial decisions and orders of administrative judges and other related matters. Like I previously said, my name is Robin Pope. I currently serve as the Executive Secretary for the State Board of Equalization, and I'm designated to sit with the Assessment Appeals Commission as a hearing officer. As a hearing officer, my role is to preside at this hearing, rule on questions of the admissibility of evidence, advise the commission members as to the law of the case, and ensure the proceedings are carried out in accordance with law. Generally speaking, my role is one of more facilitating. I'm here to make sure the hearings occur, that they get scheduled, that we move forward. I do not participate in the decision making. I'm not a decision maker today, so your arguments are directed to our decision makers on our left, who I will introduce in a moment. My role is mostly procedural and sort of make sure things are carried forward and we stay on the rails, as it were. I'll now make a series of introductions as we go through the rest of today. During deliberations, we have some attorneys with the State Board of Equalization who will serve as counsel to the commission. Their role will to be offer guidance regarding the legal sufficiency of their conclusions and otherwise provide legal guidance if they're as requested from our commission members. Right now, we have Miss Emily Bennett across from me, who will be helping out with DPS Battlewood and the White County case we have today. And then I also have Matthew Childress right now at the moment. He'll be helping out with one of our other appeals, the Cumberland County. And then Mr. Miles Crandall is helping out with our Shelby County appeal later this morning. And I'll reintroduce them too when they get up here. I'll now ask our commission member panels to introduce themselves for the record. Importantly, too, for everyone online, if you can't hear any of our commission members for any reason, give us a shout. I just want to make sure their microphones are working. And I'll start with our presiding member, Mr. Phil Russ.
My name is Phil Russ.
My name is Tim Profit.
My name is Van Bowles.
All right, and I'm going to pause for a second to see, are able to get camera back on?
It should be, I'm in the bottom corner. I can yes in the meeting.
Oh, weird. All right, cool. Sorry, I always want to try and make sure I have my computer technology, so I learn something new every day. We are on camera for those people at home, so they can see us, just FYI. Let me see where I was on my schedule. Okay, we made introductions. Our presiding member, like I said, was Mr. Phil Russ. He's the current chair of the Assessment Appeals Commission. Mr. Russ will oversee during deliberations and concur in the final written order for today's proceedings. All of the appeals to be heard today are to be conducted based upon the record available before the administrative judge during the prior hearing. So what that means is the Assessment Appeals Commission may affirm the decision of the hearing examiner or remand the case for further proceedings. The Assessment Appeals Commission may reverse that decision if the rights of the petitioner have been prejudiced because one of the following reasons. One, the decision of the administrative judge was in violation of constitutional or statutory provisions. That is, did the judge follow and apply the law correctly? Two, made upon unlawful procedure. That is, did the judge not follow proper procedure or was there some abuse of procedure? Three, arbitrary and capricious or characterized by abuse of discretion or clearly unwarranted exercise of discretion. So somewhat more self-explanatory, but essentially, was the judge's decision just arbitrary? Four, was their decision unsupported by evidence that is both substantial and material in light of the entire record? And so kind of what that means is the commission may not find new facts today. If the judge found that the sky was green, as impossible as that may seem, that was a finding by the judge. However, your job as the commission is to look at the record and know that and see if there is support for that finding of fact. And so the judge must make a decision based upon support in the record. That can be testimony for the parties from the audio recording. It can be exhibits or documents that were entered. And so your role and the role of the commission today is to review that decision to see if it is unsupported by evidence that's both substantial and material in light of the entire record. And so in part of that, the part B is in determining the substantiality of evidence. You as the commission can take into account whatever fairly detracts from its weight, but you cannot substitute your judgment for that of the hearing examiner as to the weight of questions of fact. So essentially that may mean, you look at the record, for in property terms where it might comes to expenses if you're doing an income approach. The judge may find a certain set amount of expenses. You may see something in the record that may suggest a higher expense to be allocated, or perhaps a lower expenses to be allocated. Your job is not to refine what the correct amount of expenses would have been. The judge made a finding of fact on that element, but you're not required to ignore that the record may have inconsistencies that may support two different conclusions. Your job as the commission is to accept that the judge made a finding of fact on what those proper expenses were. As an illustrative example, I'll kind of point that out. This means that today there is no testimony, there's no additional facts, there's no documents that are not previously in the record or evidence to be presented to the commission. We're here today to hear oral argument from the parties, argument from both of you or whoever on the call, about why you believe that administrative laws, the decision was correctly or incorrectly decided. A copy of the record has previously been presented to the commission members via Microsoft OneDrive, along with any written arguments submitted by the parties in each case before the commission. We have a physical copy somewhere with me, but I can also, what I usually do is screen share so that people online as well as our commission members can see any parts of the record we want to exhibit. Before each case, I will also read a copy of that initial decision in order, since that is the document that we are reviewing today. We will proceed one case at a time, basically one immediately following the other, taking breaks only as necessary. I will briefly call roll for our parties just to make sure who we've got online and in the gallery, just to make sure we're all set. And then we'll start with our first case. I think our first case today is going to be DPS Battlewood versus Williamson County. I'm gonna go ahead and skip that because I can see both of you are here. I believe our next case was going to be our White County appeal. Is that?
I'm here, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your name is?
You're Mr. McKinney. Yes, sir. We talked on the phone a lot.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Yep, never met. I believe Mr.
And then I see Shelby County is on the line, and I got Eric Trotz here for Gura versus Shelby County. And then our last appeal was Shapovalov, I think I say that correctly, versus Cumberland County. I see Mr. Jones is here, I believe, for White County Assessor. Is anyone here for Cumberland County Assessor's Office?
Yes, Sandy Gilbert here.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gilbert. I got a couple issues with your appeal. We'll address that towards the end of today, so just sit tight. If you want to, I would generally say you can probably take a walk and come back. You'll have plenty of time, and I'll make sure to message you too before we get back on to that Cumberland County appeal.
Thank you.
All right, I think that's all I have for my regular spiel. So we'll go ahead and move over to our DPS Battlewood. While I get a couple of things pulled up, I'm going to go ahead and ask our parties to introduce themselves. We'll start with our appellant today, which I believe is the Williamson County Assessor's Office.
I'm David Horner with the Williamson County Property Assessor.
My name is Darren Simmons.
All right, and Mr. Catnany.
I'm Jack Catnany, representing the taxpayer.
Y'all were faster than I was trying to pull things up. Just a second. All right, we have already, I think Ms. Kawana Barbie with my office has painted out a copy of the initial decision in order to our commission members. And I'm going to go ahead and read that and just check a couple of things. So the administrative record that I have that was sent out on Friday, February 9th, has that notice of administrative record. It's about 177 pages fully long, including the 2 introductory pages for notice. The record currently consists of a May 25th certified technical record of the proceedings before the administrative judge, a May 25th acknowledgement of appeal to the commission, an August 21st notice of scheduling conference, a December 15th notice of hearing before the commission, a January 18th, 2024 with the appellant's argument, that being the Williamson County Assessor's argument, and a January 22nd, 2024 filing of the appellee's argument, that being DPS Battlewood, Mr. Catanini on my right. With that said, I will read the initial decision and order in this case, which is going to be, if you're looking at the red page number of that certified record copy, it should be, let me get going to start on page 128. That is page 126 of the certified technical record copy and 128 of the final admin copy. Dated May 4th, 2023, initial order. This is the initial order of Jerome Cochran. Read it through, and I want to make sure we get the case information as well, correct as well. If there's been any changes in this case information between when this order was issued and now, I'm going to ask briefly just after I read that. So in the matter of DP/S Battlewood Limited Partnership versus the Williamson County Assessor's Office, that's APD case number 53.02-225-360J, SBOE number 133649 for parcel 0270, Group B, parcel 2212, special interest 000 for tax year 2021. First, I'm going to ask very specifically, Mr. Catanini, is that all still the correct case caption and information for this appeal?
Yes.
Williamson County? Nodding yes. Okay, thank you. The order continues. Order, the Williamson County Board of Equalization hereinafter the local board has valued the subject property for 2021 tax purposes as follows. A land value of $2,614,700, an improvement value of $5,535,300, a total value of $8,150,000 for an assessment value of $3,260,000. The taxpayer filed an appeal with the State Board of Equalization hereinafter State Board on July 26, 2021. The taxpayer subsequently at this hearing requested to amend this appeal to include tax year 2022, which has been granted without objection. The undersigned administrative judge conducted a telephonic hearing on this matter on February 6, 2023. The appellant, DPS Battlewood Limited Partnership, was represented by its tax representative, Jay Catanini, at the hearing hereinafter the, quote, taxpayer, end quote. The Williamson County Assessor of Property was represented by staff appraiser Darren Simmons, hereinafter the Assessor's Office. Statement of evidence, and then continuing the next page, the statement of evidence included the testimony of Jay Catanini and Darren Simmons. The following exhibits were introduced and considered during the hearings. Exhibit 1, the taxpayer's valuation analysis. Exhibit 2, an email from the taxpayer correcting an error in the taxpayer's valuation analysis. And Exhibit 3, the Assessor's Office's valuation analysis. Findings of fact and conclusions of law. The subject property in this appeal is a shopping center built in 1990 that consists of an approximately 55,955 gross square foot building with an anchor store located at 2176 Hillsborough Road in Franklin, Tennessee. At footnote 1, he notes the total square footage obtained from the property tax card. The taxpayer analysis stated that the gross square footage was 56,352. For purpose of this order, the gross square footage from the property tax card will be adopted. The subject property consists of 7.5 acres and has an anchor tenant, Tractor Supply, along with various other tenants occupying smaller spaces. The taxpayer contended that the subject property should be valued at $7,391,000 for tax years 2021 and 2022. The Assessor's Office contended that the value placed on the subject property by the local Board of Equalization for 2021 of $8,150,000 should be modified and the value placed on the property based on its valuation analysis of $9,008,700 be adopted. The basis of valuation set out in Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-601, subsection A, is that, quote, the value of all property shall be ascertained from the evidence of its sound, intrinsic, and immediate value for purposes of sale between a willing seller and a willing buyer without consideration of speculative values. As a party seeking to change the current assessment of subject property, the appellant has the burden of proof in this administrative proceeding, State Board Rule 0600-1-.11, subsection 1. At the hearing, the taxpayer representative testified that his valuation analysis used a weighted income approach with a direct sales approach. And in footnote 2, he notes that the taxpayer weighted the income approach at 70% and the sales approach at 30%. Continuing on the next page, under the taxpayer's income approach, the taxpayer's representative testified and arrived at $12.52 per square foot calculation with a capitalization rate of 7.8%. Footnote 3 and 4, he notes the taxpayer relied on rental information from CoStar, and 4, the taxpayer relied on rates provided by realtyrates.com. Back at the top of the page, which was located on loaded to an effective rate of 8.552%. The parties each had a vacancy rate of 5%. The taxpayer's expenses were $174,135, and its net operating income was $595,323. The taxpayer's valuation of the subject property under this approach was $5,658,114. Oh, Mr. Trotska. Under the taxpayer's sales approach, the taxpayer representative testified that based upon his adjusted comparative sales, the subject property's value was $8,397,150. The taxpayer's reconciliation of the approaches led him to a contended value of $7,391,145. The assessor's office testified that its income approach and rental price for an anchor store based on the market rates per square foot was $8 and $22 for the remaining units in the shopping center. And at footnote 5, he notes the assessor's office relied on CoStar and a capitalization rate of 6.75%. With the same footnote about the assessor's office relying on CoStar. Mr. Simmons further testified that under the income approach, he allotted 16.69% for total operating expenses and an additional $118,910 for pass-through percentage miscellaneous income. The assessor's office's expense under its income approach were $139,887.50, and its net operating income was $698,178. The assessor's office's valuation of such a property under its income approach was $9,008,742. With respect to the different income approaches provided by the parties, I believe that the income approach by the taxpayer is more reliable. However, the assessor's office's rent per square foot appears to be more reliable than the taxpayer's rent per square foot. The taxpayer's rent per square foot was derived from least comparable properties that were predominantly industrial properties and office spaces. I believe the lack of anchor stores with adjoining properties, least comparable properties is problematic for the taxpayer's income approach and its price per square foot. For this reason, I believe both income approaches by the parties should be weighted and utilized in determining the valuation of the subject property. Further, with regard to capitalization rate, the taxpayer's use of RERC rates is the preferred rates of the State Board of Equalization. Previous rulings by the Assessment Appeals Commission has ruled in favor of using RERC surveys to determine base cap rates. And further, the RERC has been relied on by the Division of Property Assessments for the past 20 years in determining the capitalization. Based on the past precedent established by the AAC, I find that the RERC rates surveys to be accepted basis for determining capitalization rates in this case, and adopt the rate of 7.8% plus the effective tax rate of 0.752% for a total capitalization rate of 8.552%. as determined by the taxpayer's income approach. The assessor's office argument that the Williamson County, due to it being a high income county, should be treated differently than all other counties with respect to determining capitalization rate is not supported by any statutory authority or any AAC rulings. I have also concerns with the assessor's office's pass-through percentage miscellaneous income. The assessor's office has failed to offer any explanation of what it consisted of or how it was derived. The issue, along with the assessor's office's failure to use the RERC capitalization rate, justify granting more weight to the taxpayer's income approach. I find the taxpayer's sales approach to be unreliable due to the date of the sale of most of the comparable properties and type properties. Though there were adjustments made, I find that the comparable properties are significantly different from the subject property, and despite their adjustments, they are not good indicators of the value of the subject property, and therefore I am giving the taxpayer's sales approach no weight in determining the value of the subject property. We're almost there. It's the last page. Based on these reasons, I believe the assessor's office's income approach is the more reliable income approach and giving it more weight in determining the value of the subject property. Further, the assessor's office has filed no timely counterclaim prior to seeking an increase from the local board's valuation of the property. For this reason, along with the other stated concerns with the assessor's office's income approach, its weighted value is significantly reduced and more weight shall be placed on the local board value. Based on the evidence of the testimony, I believe the taxpayer's income approach should be weighted more than the value placed on the subject property by the local board in place of following weighted values of the subject property. On the taxpayer's income approach of $6,960,000, a 55% weight for $3,828,000. Local board's value of $8,150,000 for a 30% weight of $2,445,000. And the assessor's office's income approach of $9,008,742 with a 15% weight for $1,351,311 for a total $7,624,311. Based upon the weighted income values, the local board's value is modified and a value of $7,624,311 is adopted for tax years 2021 and 2022. It is therefore ordered that the following values be adopted for tax years 2021, 2022. Once again, those values are read above for a total value of $7,624,311. This initial order entered in effective this 4th day of May, 2023. Concludes with available appeals, including appeal to this body, which is why we are here today. The appeal today was brought by the Williamson County Assessor's Office, and so they are our appellant. They will go first, and then we will have reply from Mr. Catnany on behalf of the taxpayer, and then the Assessor's Office will have a final opportunity to comment before we enter deliberations. These proceedings are otherwise relatively informal. The commission, you are welcome to ask questions at any time. Pretty much any person you would like from today, and we will get that directed. I just want to clarify one little thing from our notice of hearing. The judge did amend it to apply to tax years 2021 and 2022. Get to that part of our administrative record. Our notice of hearing did also clarify that this is for tax years 2021 and 2022. Just saying that aloud. It's going to be that carry forward value, that same value for both years. With that said, I guess I will ask our commission any introductory questions we have before we get started. Seeing, hearing, no. Then I will hand it over to Mr. Horner with Williamson County Assessor's Office.
Thank you. Well, I commend you for reading through all of that. It's hard enough to read these things that quick. But our issue here today is this order is so poorly written and is so contradictory of itself from one page to the next. Our issue is not even so much with the valuation. Our issue isn't really with Mr. Catnany's valuation of this property. It's within a reasonable range. That's really not the big deal. Problem is, all of these orders become precedent that people look to when another case comes up. And there are multiple things that are written in this that are completely wrong. They're unsubstantiated. The judge is just incorrect in what he is voicing. We can't let this sit in the archives for people to point to the way that it is written, because it's detrimental to every case moving forward. It actually just made life really easy for every assessor, because they don't ever have to look for cap rates ever again, because all you have to do is you have to use RERC. That's what it says, right? So I'm going to go through and understand that our issue is what is written in this document, in the order, that has no basis of reality and can't be substantiated. So,
sorry, Mr. Horner, I hate to just interrupt you. Just one thing I forgot to say before we got started was Mr. Jerome Cochran is no longer with the office. And so if this were to be remanded, it would be remanded to a completely new judge and probably have to have an entirely new hearing. Just going to point that out for everyone's transparency that Mr. Judge Cochran isn't here anymore. And then for decisions, of the board. Under the UAPA, these decisions are only binding on the parties for the specific tax years that it applies to. However, we do post these decisions on our website, and although maybe not strictly precedential in a legal setting, people are welcome to use these decisions to argue for future points. Well, otherwise, yeah,
Correct.
exactly as you said. Thank you.
Correct. Yeah, it's a good point. This particular, before I even get in my full presentation, this particular case, the appellant at the time, Mr. Catnany, rightfully so, had a case with this judge, and the judge said to him in a prior case to this, you have to use RERC rates. To his credit, when he showed up to do this particular case, that's what he used because he knew the judge was going to look at nothing but that. That is not how assessment law works in the state of Tennessee. It doesn't work that way. We don't have one set of publications that tells us what the rates are when there's better rates that can be used. But it put him in a position because of what was just written by that judge. So that's where we're hoping we can clean this record up so that it says something other than this for future people who look at this and are trying to find guidance on what you're supposed to do in front of the state board. If we could, I guess if we could start on page 148. 148 is just our discussion about this particular order.
I will do that. I'm going to share it with the screen. Commission members, usually I say, I'm about to share that page number for everyone too. If you would like to get from your seat to get a better look at the screen, feel free to do so. And I believe I have this correct page up here as well. I'll do my best to sort of follow along as you go as well.
So page 148 is just the beginning of our issues or notes on this particular order. Number one, very simply, it's headed the administrative judge reconciled value using an unrecognized appraisal method. Now, I understand the judge can use his judgment to come up with whatever he or she deems to be the appropriate value on the property. The issue I have with it is that each of these cases in front of whether it's the county board or the Assessment Appeals Commission or the State Board of Equalization, they are de novo cases at this point, meaning that whatever happened prior doesn't matter. You can present new information. That information is used in that particular setting, and judgment can be ruled with that new information being presented. In this particular case, right there in number one, I've gone ahead and retyped exactly what's in the order where he talks about placing weight on different value opinions for this property. Secretary Pope read through these things. Number one, you can see there, it says the taxpayer's income approach would be $6,960,000. And he weighted that at 55%. Okay. But the second one says the local board value. Local board is not a party in this particular case. The judge would have zero information on how they got to $8,150,000. To place any weight on them at all, it's just not justified. We don't know how they got to that. They weren't sitting in the state board hearing. Then he places 15% on the assessor's office income approach. That's fine. He only thinks that much of what was presented, that's fine. But to place weight on the local board's decision without them presenting anything to you is an impossibility. There's no way to do that. So how he reconciles this value, this is something I've never seen done before. In fact, Mr. Catnany, in his notes for today's hearings, the very last thing that he writes in his notes is that in 40 years of doing this, he has never seen a judge do this. Why you would give weight to a party that isn't presenting anything, I don't understand. And I don't think that should be the case. if you can turn the page to page 150. I'm going to skip to my third point and then come back to my second point. I have it listed as number 3 on page 150. Very simply, I wrote, Williamson County does not believe the appellant has met the burden of proof to even change the assessment that was set. So at the state board level, the appellant would be Mr. Catnanny, the taxpayer in this particular case, has the burden of proof to show that what value is on the property is incorrect. And this is where I'm going to make you jump back and forth with some pages. We jump back to page 131. 131 is the initial decision and order. And again, I know Secretary Pope read through this quickly, and it's hard to really follow what is right and what is wrong. If we get to page 131, just some of the things that are just quickly incorrect. In the very first paragraph, it says, under the taxpayer's income approach, the taxpayer's representative testified they arrived at $12.52. A couple sentences down in that same paragraph, it ends with taxpayers' expenses were $174,135 and a net operating income of $595,323. I don't think that number shows up anywhere in anyone's presentation. You can tell because if you take $595,000 and you apply an 8.5% cap rate to it, you're not going to get a number that's $5,600,000. You're going to get a number higher than the $595,000. So just following the judge's logic is hard to do when he's using numbers that weren't supplied by anybody. If we work our way down to the last paragraph on that page, it says, with respect to the different income approaches provided by both parties, I believe the income approach by the taxpayer is more reliable. If we then flip over to page 133 of that same order, the very first line says, based on these reasons, I believe the assessor's income approach is more reliable. Well, it's just hard to follow. If we go back to page 131, my point in my presentation number 3 that I'm addressing about has the burden of proof even been met to make a change? The very last paragraph on page 131 reads, with respect to the different income approaches by the parties, I believe the income approach by the taxpayer is more reliable. However, the assessor's rent per square foot appears to be more reliable than the taxpayer's rent per square foot. The taxpayer's rent per square foot was derived from lease comparables that were properties that were predominantly industrial properties or office properties. The subject property that was being valued is a shopping center. It has inline space and then it has an anchor tenant that is Tractor Supply. The space for the inline spaces, the appellant used rents for other inline spaces, and they're very similar to the ones that we used. But for his anchor space, he didn't use a different anchor retail space. He used what he could find that was available to him, and it is, in fact, industrial properties and one office space. That's not an anchor tenant space. So that is what was used for his income approach. If you turn the page to page 132, the very last paragraph on 132 addresses the taxpayer's only other approach to value, which is a sales approach. And it says, I find the taxpayer's sales approach to be unreliable due to the date of the sale of most comparable properties and types of properties. So the appellant at the state board gave us no cost approach, wouldn't be warranted. He gave us a sales approach that the judge throws out because he says he doesn't like the comparable properties. He's putting no weight on it. And he gave us an income approach where the rents are derived from a different property type, and the judge pointed that out. How the appellant meets the burden of proof that what was wrong and initially presented to the county board, I don't understand. So I have an issue with that. I did write on my page 150, these same points, I'm just reiterating them, that the judge completely disallowed the appellant's sales approach, giving it no weight. And the administrative judge found that the appellant's income approach to be, quote, problematic because of the rents they use. It is problematic. You're using a different property type. It has nothing to do with that property. Yet the judge still somehow reconciled a value, thinking that the burden of proof had been met, and then gave some weight to a party that wasn't even there, which was the county board. On page 2, it'd be page 149. Page 149 is, again, a page, my thoughts from the order. We might back it up one more, sorry, page 148. On page 148, I have item number 2. And it says the order contains unsubstantiated arguments and false statements. Like, I never thought I'd be saying that about an administrative judge who is hearing a case for assessment purposes. They typically are very buttoned down and they point in the right direction. But in this particular case, I write A, the administrative judge writes. This is directly from his order. Further, with regard to the capitalization rate, the taxpayer's use of RERC rates is the preferred rate of the State Board of Equalization. I have never seen that except in one time. I actually included it in here if you really. I believe Judge Cochran, one of his first properties that he dealt with was an LIHTC property, low-income housing tax credit property. They're very difficult to gain capitalization rates on. And I found the case that he referred to in another case, and it is that LIHTC property. In those particular cases, statewide, because of the lack of information on LIHTC properties, they use the RERC rates. The state at the time was okay with using those rates, and the appellant also referred to those rates. And it was written in that decision that for this particular case, the preferred rates, because we have a dearth of information, there's nothing there that we can point to, we will rely on the RERC capitalization rates for that property. He has carried that forward now to every other property type in the county. That's not okay. The literal definition of market value is the sound, intrinsic, and immediate value of the property. This is not following the intrinsic or the sound or the immediate value by using a publication that is just an average of 9 different states throughout the southern United States. Why would you do that? If the only information you have is that information, you can't find any cap rates anywhere, maybe you need to lean on that for some guidance. But in this particular case, if you flip to page 149, the next page, about a quarter of the way down the page, in our presentation, we were fortunate enough to have 3 different shopping centers that were well, 2 of them are very similar in age. One was newer for sure. They're similar in size. And we had 3 cap rates that we could apply. It was the most prominent information that you would want from a local sale. 2 of those are within Williamson County. The other one is within Davidson County. So they're from that metro area. And I would rely on these rates much more than I would a publication that is including the average of 9 different states. Again, going back to page 148. Very last statement that I copied over from the judge is the assessor's failure to use RERC capitalization rates justified granting more weight to the taxpayer's income approach. I'm here to tell you we will never use RERC rates. Not if we have 3 sales that are in our county of the same property type. But he wrote it was our failure to use those rates, which is not anywhere in Tennessee law or even in a handbook that says you should use them, that he decided not to give any weight to our income approach. I think that's just wrong. It's showing prejudice against the county. If we flip back over to page 149, and we go below where those cap rates were that I just pointed out, the 3 properties. I'm just going to read it because it's the easiest thing to do. I said, it's our understanding that capitalization rates derived from local sales would be the most appropriate rates to use when valuing local property. Then, of course, I have the little section that is printed from the TCA. It's in every state of Board of Equalization order. It says, the property shall be ascertained from the evidence of its sound, intrinsic, and immediate values. We have some great information that we wanted to use. He didn't want to use it. The administrative judge in B there goes on to write, the assessor's office argument that Williamson County, due to being a high-income county, should be treated differently. With respect to determining the capitalization rate, it is not supported by any statutory authority or any AAC rulings. That's wrong. This is wrong. I actually included 3 of them right down there, right below. Stone River Real Estate, Small Leapers Fork, and E.B. Kissel. All 3 of those are Assessment Appeal Commission rulings and orders that were put out. And they speak to exactly that case, that you should use information that is local. They even, in some, are arguing the contrary, that I can't use the information that's supplied by the appellant because it's not from this locality. It's so far away that how do we know that it even has anything to do with these properties? So for him to say that it's unsubstantiated by any statutory authority or any AAC rulings is wrong. And again, this is what bothers us so much about this particular order. This will be archived forever. And people will come in and read that and go, oh, it must be true. It's not true. I wrote further the idea that utilizing local rates, quote, is not supported by any statutory authority is in direct contradiction of, quote, the basis of valuation set out in Tennessee Code annotated 675-601A, that the value of the property should be ascertained from the evidence of its sound, intrinsic, and immediate value. If we flip over to page 150, the very top, I wrote, in fact, Tennessee Code annotates states, and this is in 675-602. This is in the TCA. As referenced in the Appeals Handbook for Assessors, then I have that assessment guide of manual factors for consideration. If you look at B, the first thing that you're supposed to consider is location. Of course. Right? I mean, if you're an appraiser and you're doing an appraisal on a property, you want to make sure that you're at least in the same state to begin with, right? Not an average of 9 states. So even to say, for him to say that there is no statutory authority, I don't know any other authority other than the TCA when it comes to this stuff. We have other ruling bodies, but it always comes back to the TCA. The TCA says the appeals handbook for assessors should be looked at. And the number one thing, B, for determining the value of real property, such manual shall provide consideration of the following factors. Number 1, location. That's why we use the rates that we found locally. I could spend 2, oh, please, go ahead.
For clarification, on page 3 of the order,
Okay.
at the bottom there is footnote number 6, and it refers up here to capitalization rate and the derivation. So did you use it from the sales, or did you use it from CoStar?
Well, it's used from the sales because we have access to the information on those Williamson County sales and the one that was in Davidson County. Somewhere, I'm sure in doing the presentation via telephone, we probably have a page that is a CoStar page that we would have sent in that has them on there. And that's where, he's pointing to say that they are derived from. But they're derived from our calculations of their net operating income and the sale price that I don't want to beat a dead horse and go through with all of the things that are wrong in this particular order. I just know that for the 17 years that I've been with Williamson County and working in the assessor's office, we referred to, as did Mr. Catnanny, the orders from the judges, especially if you know you're going to sit in front of them again, or if you have a new presiding judge, they look for precedent. I have sat through many cases where I've said, oh, in the so-and-so case, they did this. And the judge will ask, oh, which case was that? It was the Lowe's case. Here's the date. And they will go back and use that. And it ends up as a footnote that, okay, this has been talked about before. And this is how we do things. This is how this makes sense that we should do things this way. That is our biggest issue with this particular order, is that it paints a picture that, number one, Williamson County is doing things they shouldn't be doing, that we're failing to follow state board regulation and use RERC rates, that what we've asked for is not supported by the AAC or any other statutory authority, and that's incorrect. I have attached all of those rulings, which is why this record is 177 pages long, because they're attached for everyone to read. This ruling, again, as itself, will also someday become one of these rulings that someone's going to attach somewhere. So it is hard to say what the county is asking for. I am not asking you to go back and try to figure out what the value of the property should be. It's so close, 7.7 million, and we had 8.1. Whatever, right? I mean, it's within a margin of error. Anyone can come up with that. But the way that he got to it, and what he has written about how we are supposed to do things moving forward is unacceptable. And I would hope that you guys could remediate this record somehow to clarify what is and what isn't true. And I don't have a lot more other to say than that.
So as always, I ask the commission member if you have any questions.
Mr. Bowles, you have any questions?
Not till the respondent completes his presentation.
Mr. Prophet?
Just as a matter of record for our recording, where does CoStar get their?
You know, I don't work for CoStar, so I'm not sure. I mean, I know they have representatives that call and, if you've ever, I don't know if you've used CoStar. If you do, there is a name and a face and a phone number attached to each one of the notes that they make. And they are the research people for that. So if CoStar stated something, whether it's the square foot of a building or rent or something like that, you can contact that person and ask them where they got that information from. How they get it, I'm assuming it's just from conversations and surveys and calling people.
Are they a multi-state?
I think
group?
CoStar, yeah, I think CoStar uses, they're across the country and probably other countries as well, right?
I don't have any questions.
All right. We'll hand it over to Mr. Catnany, and then just as a reminder, we'll let you go, and then listeners always will have a brief opportunity to make final comment, but then that'll be it.
Okay. I'm gonna start on page 173. This is just I'm going through the same thing that David did. And just tell you how I reflect back on the judge's decision. In my opinion, the administrative judge correctly identified the income approach as the appropriate means to establish the value of subject property. However, in doing this approach, he erred in one respect in that the assessors, he called the office rent space per square foot to be more allowable than taxpayer. It appeared from his decision, he was referring to the large tractor supply place, which is office space, which it is not. In this, I applied $7.45 a foot to this space. In the county, $8. So the difference between the two is like 55 cents. But, and then he says the office rent appears to be more reliable, where these are as close as you can possibly get. Also, in his ruling, he stated that the taxpayer's rent per square foot was derived from lease comparables that were from predominantly industrial property and office space. The judge failed to realize that we were dealing with 37,605 square feet of the space now occupied by TSC in a former Food Line space that they'd gone out of business early in the years. I pointed out in my testimony that there was simply not any lease comparable for retail space this large in the Brentwood, Williams County market. The only alternative, in my opinion, would have been to use a big box retail space. These are 100 to 150,000 square feet and not really comparable, and the rents are like $4 and $5 a foot. In my analysis, my main objection is afraid the discount associated with the larger than normal space when compared to the other smaller tenants in the subject center, as well as portray the utilitarian makeup of the Tractor Supply space itself. It's, and I described it in my report, all open finish, painted concrete block walls, devoid of partitions. In describing the space, I described it as being akin to a business center. There's large blocks of space for lease, normally in a 75% warehouse, 25% office scenario. Likewise, in these centers, a lot of office space is open finish, like subject with movable partitions without partition walls. In addition, the ALJ ruled the taxpayer's direct sales comparison to be unreliable due to the date of most of the sales. All of the shopping center sales that I included were less than 3 years old, which in my opinion, as a certified general appraiser in the state of Tennessee, is normal for comparison's sake. And I disagreed with him there. But I do agree with the ALJ in that little weight should have been given the direct sales approach due to the numerous adjustments required for each sale, which included adjustments for the following. In particular, all the transfers for the sale of the lease fee estate, which under TCA, we're supposed to value fee simple. And it's, as an appraiser, I know the only reason really way that I could adjust for that. And, you know, with the complete problem, I'd have to have the rent roll, have the date of sale, and I'd have to have the income and expense. You're not gonna get that. I don't care. You can call everybody and you're just not gonna get it. So I looked at it as one of the big factors in not giving any weight in my analysis to the direct sales. And then you're adjusting for the age, quality, condition, fair, land to building ratio, and so on. And then all of these open up room for error on the part of the approach and basically would give them a little weight. And like David said, I have never seen in my 45 years given the county board any weight in the final analysis. It's just something that just blew me away when I read that. In my final analysis, I've gave most weights to the income approach to the numbers, quantitative analysis adjustments required. And I requested the commission correct these errors and properly reduce the valuation of the subject property. I'd also like to point out that David talked a lot about RERC, and on page 48 in the actual report itself, I included the Kroger decision that states that the ASA to use RERC, and that actual page is on page 52 of that. And, you know, it's like he said, we go by what is, you know, previously been put in front of it, and it becomes, you know, the Bible, so to speak, or whatever. And that's all we can go by. There's been 2 recent decisions where the administrative law judges have stated the same thing with regard to RERC. And going on, you mentioned the CoStar and everything. Yes, we all use CoStar. Is a lot of that what you get out of CoStar correct? No, it is not. And I found this numerous times. Like his sale number 1, CoStar says it was a liquidation from an estate. And, you know, sale number 2, it was along Highway 96 in Franklin. And then sale number 3, he gives a lease fee cap rate, and then he states, you know, the pro forma cap rate as well. And this is all from CoStar. You know, and I'm just thinking ahead, maybe that the commission down the road or years ago felt like it was better to get it from, you know, I know there's respondents all across the United States who reply that make up RERC. Whereas, you know, in particular, this particular case that he talks about, that the location should be given one way, then you should discount the subject property for its location, being where it is. I know y'all, you know, Mr. Russ is familiar, I know, but this thing sits on Hillsborough Road between Green Hills and Franklin. It's, I'd like to say, there's been 2 grocery stores in there that have gone out of business. So if you're gonna adjust it, then the rate should be adjusted for where it is versus, say, these comps 1, 2, and 3 that are in Cool Springs or Highway 96, or Murfreesboro Road in Davidson County. And based on that, I'll shut up and let y'all make a decision.
Yeah, feel free to ask questions at any time. I usually just check.
I'll saying which capitalization rate is really tough to do. I mean, you can argue about that. I will say in defense of RERC, they do categorize their cap rates to 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And so that is an advantage. I don't want to get into the problem of fee simple and lease fee. You just have to hope that these sales that you have used, those 3 sales, were at market rent. You just almost have to take that, and then it would be fee simple. But that is one thing. When I was using CoStar, I used it for 2 years, and the number of mistakes that you find in there you just have to be careful. if you can get hold of one of the individuals, preferably the broker, you might get some reliable or credible information. The other thing, Mr. Catnany, I looked at your income approach and it looked okay, except for one thing. Generally, and in my experience, the reserves are below the line, and that does make a difference in what your outcome for the income approach would be. And do you normally put that there, or?
That's been from, Mr. Ruff, that's been from handed down from decisions, just going over the years. Reserves always above the line.
I can understand that for an apartment house, perhaps lodging where they're changing stuff every time, but that would be under another item in the chart of accounts. And usually the reserves would be something for the roof or the HVAC system and something like that, that you might have, but it's going to generally be subtracted at a different point.
I know what you're talking about now. You're talking about below the line, where usually labeled in the stuff that I do work for in capital improvement. And it's always like 10 times greater than what we use for reserve. We usually plug in, apartment complex, $300 to $400. And all that, even if you total it up, it would never even take care of the roof, so to speak. So that's why I think it's always been above, but never taking the entire capital improvement that's below the line, sticking it up there, no.
Any other questions?
Mr. Bowles, you have any?
Yes, I do. As I come from a different perspective, background, but did the assessor's office, is anyone in that office, did anybody sign a report on this?
Sign a report on.
Was there an appraisal or report done by your county?
Yeah.
Written report.
Well, what was included in the State Board of Equalization initial package, which is included in this record, yes. So we would have looked at their income, put an income approach together on our own. Darren presented the information. We would have put it together, and given that to the state board. Again, we don't have the burden of proof in that particular case. So the information is there. It's just presented to the state board. And it would be in your presentation, I guess it would be, it's as early as page 9, I think.
Yeah, I was trying to pull it up from the,
Yeah.
so Mr. Judge Cochran puts in, let me just, and so maybe, I'm not sure if we're understanding your question too, Mr. Bowles. So for the county board at the county level, it's not necessarily a free fee appraisal that's done, but they did prepare a valuation analysis that was submitted as part of the appeal. And that part is included in the record, but from the county board at the local level, not necessarily usually. I mean, so I'm sure they can correct me if I'm wrong, but generally speaking, at the local level, you're using a like a mass appraisal system or something similar. And it may not be a fee appraisal being done, partly just because the time frame for getting those assessments done is pretty tight. If that answered your question.
Yeah, I'm not a lot of these assessor's offices. Is anybody in your office licensed to practice?
I'm a certified general real estate appraiser in the state.
So you're familiar with USPAL?
Oh, yeah.
Are you familiar with USPAL?
Yes, sir. 2 weeks ago, I just took my continuing education.
Yeah. Well, as both of you know, then that's an industry that's apparently outside of the assessors industry.
We have a jurisdictional exemption.
Yeah, thank God. I do a lot of work for the State Board of Examiners for the state on bad appraisals. And this project here today would never survive under use ban. And with the state board, there would be disciplinary actions and probably some cease and desist. So my problem is you've got one industry that governs the standards of appraisal practice. That is a serious standard. USPAP is serious. We've had one case that was a cease and desist order by the state attorney general. The guy was fined, and then in the other state was fined $40,000. USPAP is not a suggestion. USPAP is our Bible. A lot of this discussion that we've had today wouldn't survive. Not even 30 minutes in a state board meeting. So, and I know you got jurisdiction, you know.
Yeah, Mr. Bolt, I will say that part of the state board of equalization rules specifically make it to where USPAP is not a requirement for presenting evaluation analysis, I believe, before state board of equalization cases, probably for like a variety of reasons, but it's been there for a while. So analysis put forth that administrative hearings are not explicitly not required to comply with the USPAP provisions. Just pointing that out. It's part of the framework of the appeal system here at the State Board of Equalization.
Can I provide a little bit of history on that? I unfortunately was president of our chapter at the time that the licensing law was put into effect, and the assessors were specifically exempted from USPAP and or being required to be licensed or certified. That goes back almost 35 years now.
So,
Sorry, Mr. Prophet.
Sorry, if I didn't mean that.
Anything?
no, that's all I know.
Williamson County, you do have a opportunity for any final comment.
Yeah, just briefly, real quick, again, the number outcome, the dollar outcome that the judge decides really comes down to 50 cents here or there in an income approach. I'm not here to argue the 50 cents one way or the other. I'm here to argue how he even derived that information based on what is in the records. And he himself, the judge himself, says, "I'm not using your sales approach, and your income approach is flawed because you didn't use like property." How he gets from there to then making a decision, the burden of proof isn't met. So that's where I have my biggest issue with this. Then to then go on and write a bunch of things that the county did not do, that are not things that the county has to do by not using RERC, which, by the way, RERC, yeah, they have tiers of things, but even when it gets even worse, really, in my mind, when you start talking about second tier properties. So again, these are not, RERC doesn't give you second tier properties in Tennessee. They don't even give you second tier properties in the metro area. They give you, and it's in here on page 153, these are second tier shopping centers on average located in Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Texas. Put it all together, and here's your average rate. Williamson County is very different than Mississippi and Louisiana, right? People pay different values for different things. So again, I really don't even feel like the burden of proof was met based on the record. Then if it is, again, his allocation of why you would even put a third party in there, which is the county board, I can see defaulting to them and saying, hey, there's not enough here for me to warrant a change based on the information. So it's going to default to the county board. But to give some weight to their valuation seems odd. He either meets the burden of proof or he doesn't. And if he does, typically things go the appellant's way at the time.
and then to give weight to us, just very strange. I would just hope that the record could be cleaned and clarified so that people don't believe. Mr. Catnany, again, as an example earlier, he had I think he said a Kroger, was it Kroger or Publix, where he said use RERC. Judge said that in his writing. Well, that judge was this same judge, right? So you read it, you go, okay, I got the same guy coming up and he says use this or nothing else, or I'm going to say you failed to use it, which is what he accused us of doing. I'm never going to use it if I have information that's better than that. So I would just hope that it can be, remediated in the sense that it shows prejudice to us on every aspect as far as I'm concerned. And I just would like to see that not archived forever in its current form.
All right. If there's no other final questions, we'll enter deliberations. I usually ask a couple of questions to help guide the commission. Your job is to review that order, and you've heard argument from the parties today regarding why you believe that order was incorrectly decided. You as the Assessment Appeals Commission, let me just make sure I cite that standard again real quick. Your choices are somewhat limited. We're not remaking the omelet or whatever you want, whatever analogy you want to use here. You're not reappraising the property here necessarily on the spot. Your job today is to decide if that administrative law judge's decision, that May 4th decision that was read previously, you may affirm that decision, or you can remand the case for further proceedings. You can reverse part of that decision as well and remand it as well with instructions. If you find that decision was incorrectly decided, did the judge misapply the law of appraisal, as it were? In this mixed realm, we've got a few statutes on how to value property, but generally we follow appraisal principles. So if you find that judge misapplied appraisal principles, identify which ones he got incorrect and remand it for further consideration. Do you find that the judge misused some procedure? Was their decision arbitrary? Or otherwise unsupported by evidence that's both substantial and material. Procedurally, too, generally how this is going to work is that once you've issued your order, if you find some defect in it that needs to be further considered or remanded, we would send it back to the Administrative Procedures Division. They would reassign it to a new judge. And so you're finding today in your decision, I'm just going to ask you to be a little more specific on if you do want to remand it, specifically how that's going to work. And Emily Bennett's here to also help guide that decision if she has any questions on that. The one other comment too I was going to say generally with this is when we ask you to look at this order, I just had it. I lost it. Essentially, if you decide to remand that case, you can very specifically say what things you want the judge to say or consider. When it comes to unsupported facts or other elements of the record, if you find the judge just failed to address an essential element of the case. Not necessarily maybe the decision was incorrect, but that, maybe it was unsupported. There was some essential finding that needed to still occur. You can remand it with instructions, to find, make a finding of fact, hear testimony, get new evidence on some element of the case and remand it and let the judge otherwise conclude the decision with those instructions. And so you do have wide discretion on what you want to do. The only thing we're not doing today is coming up with a whole new, number. That is a finding of fact procedure that's left to the administrative judge. But you do otherwise have broad discretion. With that one in deliberations, Mr. Phil Russ, you are presiding member. If you have any other further questions, feel free to ask Miss Emily Bennett sitting across from me. She's sitting as counsel with you today.
I'll have to say, this is one of the more confusing cases we've heard in quite a while. First of all, I agree with both parties that the final conclusion, the basis for what the administrative law judge did is incorrect. And also there are two or three different things where they put the taxpayers' income approach in, and there's one value on page 2 and about the third paragraph. The taxpayer contended it was $7,391,000, and then for whatever reason, just the income approach is 6,960,000 on page 5, and then it's a different number on a different page in here. So this whole, I would remand the thing for a whole new hearing. This is just so totally incorrect in many respects. One other thing that I would agree on with the county, and in this regard, I don't think it is incumbent or necessary to use one source for the basis for your capitalization rates. If you use a source, that's fine as long as you state where it's from. And that might be your opinion as to why you used it, and someone else might have a certainly valid opinion for a different basis on what they used as a. So I think that would be important to include in instructions to the remanding this. So that's what but I think none of these conclusions, in my opinion, are correct, and we just have to do the whole thing over again. I'm sorry to have to put y'all through that, but or maybe you can negotiate something out. That might be the best thing. So I apologize to my other commissioners for going first, but I jumped in there.
I'll
Mr.
maybe just
Prophet?
like procedurally just comment too a little bit on that too, and just for parties as well, just for the procedural elements of that as well. You can remand it back with further instructions and say it's going to be a whole new hearing, and specifically, I think paraphrasing from your comment, but that parts of the administrative law decisions are incorrect, and RERC is maybe not the imperative thing you have to follow, but it's based upon whatever's best supported by the parties. For the parties' sake, I will say if that is what the commission decides. And it is remanded, you're still welcome to settle the appeal. Basically, you're still welcome to come to a settlement. That wouldn't otherwise replace the decision of the commission as well. But you also don't have to necessarily go back and have a whole hearing before the administrative judge. Just procedurally, just trying to explain kind of how that would work for everyone. Sorry, with that background.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Prophet.
Yes, I agree with Mr. Russ. It's odd, and I've never seen one case kind of like this. I've been doing this for quite a while. I guess I think it should go back. It doesn't look like hearing y'all talk today that you're that far apart on value, and y'all could probably come to something like that, but this probably does need to be reviewed by a judge, and so that's where I'm at. I'm in agreement with Mr. Russ.
Mr. Bowles?
I'm in agreement. It should be remanded back.
So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we overturn the administrative law judge's decision and remand the problem, for want of a better word, to an administrative law judge, and include in that remand that the use of the derivation of a capitalization rate is up to the individual appraiser, county, whoever's doing the analysis, as long as they can support that.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. It was unanimous. It was all ayes. So the motion carries. So we'll draft that final order, and it'll be issued within the next 90 days. So for the parties, the next steps here, just for everyone in the room. So you'll get that final written order within the next 90 days, commemorating that motion as you heard today. The case will otherwise be remanded back to the Administrative Procedures Division using that same case number. And then once the issue order has been issued, the case has been remanded, Administrative Procedures Division will reach out for further scheduling and things like that. But like I said, if you do end up, being satisfied just with that remand in itself and it can agree on a number, you're still welcome to that settlement, but it'll go to APD. It'll go with them. For those who know, APD stands for the Administrative Procedures Division for shorthand. Any questions on the procedure before we move on?
Secretary Fulton, we can settle it between the two parties.
Bingo. Or you can present a whole new case. It's up to you.
Yeah.
You can get a use map appraisal.
We don't have to wait until it comes out, we can do it.
You have to wait till the order comes out. Yeah, we still got to send the order out.
Okay, we
Um,
can do it.
You can go ahead and submit it to me. I'll hold on to it, but that's fine.
Okay.
With that, we'll take a short break. I think usually we'll come back at 10:25. We'll go ahead and get our next parties up here while we do that. So a quick 7-minute break, and I'm going to leave the recording on for all the people online. I'm going to leave it on. We'll still be on recording, so just everyone be aware for the microphones in the room. And our next appeal is going to be with Mr. McKinney in White County. So if you guys want to come up and take your seats at the front, so we can go ahead and get started pretty promptly. But we'll be back at 10:30. I do that. All right, thank you. You didn't miss anything though. We were just getting back started. I confirmed the case information for our next case, which is Mr. McKinney versus White County, and I was going to go through that administrative record. I will also note preemptively that even though I put this together, somehow I still missed 2 documents in here. So our administrative record consists of a, let me see, it's a 151-page document. We've got the June 22nd, 2020 White County Board of Equalization letter, followed by the November 10th, 2020 White County Notice of Appearance from Mr. Lee, followed by the August 27th, 2021 Scheduling Conference, followed by a January 11th, 2022 Notice of Status and Scheduling Conference, followed by a May 2nd, 2022 Notice of Hearing, and then a June 15th, 2022 Taxpayers Exhibit, a June 15th, 2022 White County Exhibit 1, followed by White County Exhibit 2, White County Exhibit 3, White County Exhibit 4, followed by a June 24th, 2022 initial decision and order in the case, followed by a July 7th taxpayers appeal to the commission, and then a taxpayers appeal filing to the commission again in the record, and then a July 7th taxpayers petition for reconsideration, an August 10th notice of hearing, an August 15th order setting hearing on petition for reconsideration, a September 21st, 2022 order denying the taxpayer's motion for consideration, a December 16th acknowledgement to the December 16th, 2022 acknowledgement of appeal to the commission, a February 17th notice of hearing before the commission, a February 17th motion for continuance from the assessor's office, a March 2nd, 2023 order granting that continuance, an April 27th notice of scheduling conference, followed by a July 14th notice of hearing before the commission. And then for some reason, I don't know why I didn't get in the November 3rd continuance requested by the appellant, Mr. McKinney, followed by a December 15th, it was an order of continuance issued on November 3rd, moving the December hearing to today, and then the December 15th notice of hearing before the commission, notice for today's hearing. And then finally, I've got the January 30th, 2024 appellee, that's White County's argument filing as the final part of that package. And so I just want to note that the November 3rd continuance order and the December 15th notice of hearing somehow were not included in that, and I will append that and get that in before we close out this file. I'll then going to read the initial decision and order in this case, followed by the order denying reconsideration. Let's see. All right, we've got a June 24th, 2022 initial decision order issued by Jerome Cochran. With that similar case caption as before. For tax years 2020, 2021, and 2022. Initial decision order, statement of the case. The White County Board of Equalization, hereinafter the local board, has valued the subject property for tax years 2020 purposes as follows: land value of $285,000 and improvement value of $299,400 for a total value of $584,400 and an assessment of $233,760. The taxpayer filed an appeal with the State Board of Equalization, hereinafter State Board, on July 29th, 2020. The taxpayer requested to amend his petition to include tax years 2021 and 2022, which was granted. The undersigned administrative judge conducted a telephonic hearing of this matter on June 15th, 2022. The appellant, James F. McKinney, was represented by his son, James T. McKinney, at the hearing. Hereinafter, the taxpayer. The White County Assessor of Properties Office was represented by their attorney, Robert Lee, hereinafter the Assessor's Office. Summary of evidence. The taxpayer testified on his own behalf. Glenn Bickford of the Division of Property Assessments testified on behalf of the Assessor's Office. The following exhibits were introduced. Exhibit 1, the taxpayer's information regarding the purchase of the subject property. Exhibit 2, the taxpayer's comparative appraisal information for similar properties. Exhibit 3, the Assessor's Office's valuation analysis. And Exhibit 4, the Assessor's Office's response to the taxpayer's interrogatories. Findings of fact. The subject property in this appeal consists of a car wash on approximately 2 acres at 627 West Bachman Way in Sparta, Tennessee. The taxpayer contended that the subject property should be valued at $400,000. The Assessor's Office requested the local board's determination of $584,400 be affirmed. The subject property is a 7-bay car wash in Sparta, Tennessee that was purchased by the taxpayer in 2014 for $495,000. The subject property was initially assessed at $926,800 by the White County Assessor's Office. However, the White County Board of Equalization modified the subject property's assessment to $584,400. The taxpayer raised the following issues to support its contention that the local board's valuation of the subject property is incorrect and that his proposed value should be adopted. 1, the taxpayer paid $495,000 for the subject and the selling price is the best indicator of value. 2, the subject property's tax valuation increased at a higher rate than other White County properties. 3, the taxpayer's comparable sales of other car washes with their current tax appraisals support their contended valuation. 4, the Assessor's Office's valuation failed to use a nearby car wash in their analysis, and their comparable sales analysis is unreliable to their subjectivity. The Assessor's Office has provided a valuation analysis to support the valuation placed on the subject property by the local board. Page 3, applicable law. The basis of valuation set out in Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-601 subsection A is that the value of all property shall be ascertained from the evidence of its sound, intrinsic, and immediate value for purposes of sale between a willing seller and a willing buyer without consideration of speculative values. As the party seeking to change the current assessment of the subject property, the appellant has a burden of proof in this administrative proceeding. State Board Rule 0600-1-.11, subsection 11. Subsection 1, Determination that based on the review of the evidence, the cost approach provided by the Assessor's Office in their evaluation analysis appears to be more reliable in the evidence than the evidence provided by the taxpayer. The taxpayer testified that he purchased the subject property in December 2014 for $495,000. However, little information regarding the type of the sale was provided by the taxpayer. It is not known if this was an arm's length transaction, a foreclosure sale, an estate sale, or another type of sale that would have impacted the overall value of the property at the time of sale. Additionally, the sale occurred approximately 9 years ago, so the sale price offers no real evidentiary basis in determining the value of the subject property for tax purposes for the tax years at issue. The taxpayer further testified that the assessed value of their property has increased by a greater amount than other White County properties since the previous assessment. However, the Assessment Appeals Commission has repeatedly rejected arguments based on the amount by which an appraisal has increased as a consequence of a reappraisal. For example, the Commission rejected such an argument in E.B. Kissel Jr., Shelby County Tax Year 1991 and 1992, reasoning in pertinent part as follows. The rate of increase in the assessment of the subject property since the last reappraisal or even last year may be alarming, but is not evidence that the value is wrong. It is conceivable that the values may change dramatically for some properties even over so short of time as a year. Final decision order at 2. The taxpayer's use of property sales prices of other car washes is not a reliable indicator of property values, as the values they rely on fail to make adjustments in value when compared to the subject property. Factors such as age, time of sale, building material, size, etc. were not taken into account in the comparable sales listed in his testimony. So these comparable values are not a reliable indicator of what the home values are compared to the subject property. The Assessment Appeals Commission has said that for comparable sales to be relevant, they must be properly adjusted. In E.B. Kissel Jr., Shelby County Tax Years 1991-1992, the Commission said the best evidence of the present value of a residential property is generally sales of properties comparable to the subject, comparable in features relevant to value. Perfect comparability is not required, but relevant differences should be explained and accounted for by reasonable adjustments. If the evidence of sale presented without the required analysis of compatibility, it is difficult or impossible for us to determine the sale of an indicator of value. Final decision order at 2. The Assessor's Office's valuation analysis prepared by the Division of Property Assessments used the cost approach and sales approach. Under their cost approach analysis, the Division of Property concluded a value of $697,606 for the subject property. The sales approach performed by the Division of Property Assessment established a range in value per wash bay for the subject property of $74,750 to $100,756.25. The subject property had a per bay valuation of $84,400. This led the assessor's office to recommend that the value placed on the subject property be affirmed. Upon review of the sales approach relied on by the assessor's office's valuation analysis, I find that I cannot rely on it due to the fact that the comparable sales number 2 is outside the applicable tax year and cannot be considered. That only leaves 2 comparable sales, and I do not believe the accurate valuation under the sales approach is achievable in this case with just 2 comparable sales. With respect to the cost approach performed by the Division of Property Assessment, their assessment based on data provided by Marshall and Swift seems reasonable and supports the valuation placed on the subject property by the local board. It should be noted that there was no evidence introduced disputing the valuation under the cost approach performed by the Division of Property Assessment. Respectfully, the evidence introduced by the taxpayer is inadequate and cannot be relied on in this matter. The assessor's office cost approach analysis based on the testimony and evidence as more reliable, and therefore the value placed on the subject property by the local board is affirmed. It is therefore ordered that the following values be adopted for tax years 2020, 2021, and 2022. That is that total value of $584,400. He concludes on page 6 with applicable remedies, which includes appeal to this body, which is why we are here today. In between then and now, there was an order denying reconsideration. Let me see here, although really here for the initial decision order, technically both could conceivably be reviewed. So I'll read that real quick. This was issued on September 21st, 2022. Order denying taxpayers' motion for consideration. On June 24th, 2022, the undersigned administrative judge, that's still Judge Jerome Cochran, ordered a tax valuation for the aforementioned case. On July 7th, 2022, the taxpayer timely filed a motion for reconsideration. The taxpayer requested reconsideration based on arguments that the Division of Property Assessment's valuation analysis does not value the subject property in a consistent way when compared to similar properties, and that the selling prices relied on are not subjective when compared to tax appraisals. Unfortunately, the taxpayer's arguments are not supported by any new evidence and provide no basis for reconsideration of the initial order. The initial order based its valuation of the subject property on the cost approach, and under this approach, the selling price is irrelevant and not a factor in value determination. The taxpayer provided no evidence, statutory authority, or case law on why the use of the cost approach was not appropriate in this matter. The taxpayer having failed to provide any new evidence, statutory authority, or case law that would warrant the setting aside of the initial order, it is determined that the taxpayer's motion is not well taken. Accordingly, the taxpayer's motion is respectfully denied. And once again, that was issued September 21st, 2022. That is the initial decision order. That is what we're here to review. As a reminder, I'm going to read that discretionary or the review language again. The commission may affirm those decisions of the hearing examiner, that is the administrative judge, or they can remand the case for further proceedings. The commission may reverse that decision if they find the rights of the petitioner have been prejudiced because the decision was in violation of constitutional or statutory provisions. 2, made upon unlawful procedure. 3, arbitrary and capricious. Or 4, unsupported by evidence that is both substantial and material in light of the entire record. In determining the substantiality of evidence, the Assessment Appeals Commission can take into account whatever in the record fairly detracts from its weight, but they cannot substitute their judgment for that of the hearing examiner, that's the administrative judge, on the weight of questions of fact. With that said, I'll have our parties introduce themselves before they begin. And we'll go with our appellant, Mr. McKinney, and then we'll go with Mr. Lee, and then Mr. McKinney, you'll have a final opportunity to respond after that. So if you could introduce yourself for the record. I forget if I did this for the last case, but usually I also ask you just identify what you're asking the commission to do today. Helps organize the discussion, but otherwise the floor is yours.
Thank you, Secretary Pope. My name is
J. Turner McKinney. I'm here on behalf of my mother and father who own White County and own numerous other people. Parcels of commercial property scattered throughout the Upper Cumberland region and some other states. What we've got a couple things, this will be fairly brief. We've got a couple things that we'd like to point out to the board as to why we feel like we've been treated a bit unfairly in this process. Now, we're not property appraisers. We're not, all what we are is we're working taxpayers. And all we're asking is to get what we consider fair treatment. So I'm going to start off and if we could, I'd like to refer to page 78 of the record. And now this is something for Mr. Lee, making some informal discovery requests. We certainly obligated and obliged him, and then objecting to all of our discovery requests. Now, what we were really after is a report, and the report, I believe, begins on page 78 of the record. Don't hold me to that. Let's see. Now, I'm mistaken. It's going to be on page 49. It's a report prepared by Mr. Bickford. Now, we received that report. First time we saw it was the morning of the original hearing before Judge Cochran. We felt that was kind of an unfair surprise because we didn't have an opportunity to go through and examine the report. And I'll get to what we found when we got to examine the report after the hearing. We also, at that point, did not have time to make a written motion for continuance, which I think would be the correct procedure according to page 8 of the record under number 1 there. So we didn't get to do either of those, and that's a real problem in our opinion. That's unfair treatment. We didn't have any surprises for the tax assessor. They just had one for us. Now, as we went through the report, had we had opportunity to go through it ahead of time, a couple things that jumped out to us. One thing we noticed is if you look to page in the record, page 62 and page 63, I'll direct you please to look at both of those pages. That's a really unique picture of what I assume is a report about real estate. That's a really unique picture of a piece of equipment on real estate, which I would think would be governed as personal property. Car washes have lots and lots and lots of personal property. We file personal property returns and pay taxes on those. I'll also point out when we purchased that car wash for $495,000, this is indicated in the record, that was for the real estate and the personal property. We're just here to talk about the real estate values. And moving on, that was one problem we had. The other problem, the big problem we saw with the report, and you'll have to bear with me just a moment to get to the correct pages of the report. They have evaluated several other properties in that report. They begin on, I believe, let's see, I believe they begin on page 50 of the record. And what we found when we looked over those other sales and we looked at what their assessments were, we found that except for this one car wash in Sparta, Tennessee, all of their other sales, the assessed value was well below the purchase price. Whereas, in our situation, the assessed value is a good bit above the purchase price. In fact, it's originally assessed by the state or by the White County Assessor's Office. We went from an assessed price, the original appraisal of $293,100. That would be for the land and the improvements, all the way to $926,800, which was the original assessment, that got this whole process started. That's approximately a 216% increase, which seems a bit high. The current proposal or the current assessment is a 99% increase. Now, guys, we're pretty good at real estate. Not that good. I wish we were, but we're not. But, you know, we have a real problem with not being provided that report in a timely fashion. Months passed. I asked for it. I think I even spoke with Mr. Lee on the phone, asked for it. He said, well, somebody's sick. We'll get it to you when we can. Well, like I said, the first time we saw it was the day of the hearing. And ultimately, we don't think that was really a fair thing to us. My father wanted to be here today, and unfortunately, he's been having some medical problems. That's why we had a continuance that I don't believe ended up in the record Mr. Pope was referencing. Unfortunately, after that medical problem, he came out of the hospital and developed some more new problems. So unfortunately, he wasn't here today. I have some things, just a short page of thoughts, if it would be appropriate. I'd like to share that his thoughts on this situation. And his thoughts were that the county is hanging their hat on the appraisal, which we got the morning of the hearing. Now, I believe this probably isn't relevant, but he said their appraiser, which is Mr. Bigford, admitted in the hearing he has no real experience other than being an appraiser. He said he's never bought or sold any piece of commercial real estate, whereas our family has bought and sold millions. My father's position is that you really, truly never know what a piece of property is worth till you either write the check or you get the check. And for gentlemen that may have traded some real estate, you probably know what I'm talking about. When you write that big check or a big check comes in, it always has an effect on you. He did want me to mention the situation with the ice house, which we've referenced there earlier in this proceeding. And he said that he wanted to ask the board to hang their hat on actual numbers that came from actual sales from state records, not an educated guess. That's really, he wrote down here, appraisals and educated guesses are kind of like noses. Everybody has one. They're all a little different. And we're not that far off in this, but because of the evidentiary problem, we didn't get that report timely. I'm going to ask the board to remand this for a new hearing. I'll turn it over to Mr. Lee.
Yep, sure. Any questions from our commission members? I just always ask.
Do you have any sales or any other information that would be contrary or refute what the board has come up with?
Yes, sir. We have sales, actually, well, some other car washes that are in that Oklahoma region. They're
Not in White County, they're actually one county over. There's also a car wash, and looking at the assessment and everything in White County, there's a car wash that we do not own in White County. And it's still, I believe, the assessment is still under what they paid for it. And it also includes numerous storage units with it, not just a car wash, which would be quite a bit of improvement to that property. But
Okay.
yes, sir, we did have some others.
Not just the assessment record, but have any of these other car washes in surrounding counties, one in Sparta, have they sold? Have there been any sales information other than what?
No, sir. Not recently that I'm aware of. I don't think much has taken place.
I try to keep up with it. I do some consulting work for car washes. Not for this purpose, but for car wash purposes. And I kind of keep up with it. And there have been some more recent transactions, but they're really not applicable. There was one in Cookville in Putnam County, they're in front of Walmart, that the car wash changed hands, but the real estate did not. And so that doesn't, and we're back into personal property, that doesn't help us a whole lot. And when I'm looking for sales of car washes, I want to try the best I can. There's been some small little car washes that have changed hands, but, you know, we need to look kind of at apples to apples in our mind. And, you know, a little 3-bay self-serve car wash would be a very good comparison to look at compared to, you know, a car wash that has 2 automatic car washes and 5 self-serve bays. You know, it's just really apples and oranges at that point. So we try to limit ourselves to something that we feel is a good comparable that's fair.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Profit?
It's been a few years since I've praised the car wash. Could you refresh my memory about your personal property? What is considered personal property? Just a brief.
I'm happy to.
Because I was reading through your appeal and you referred to your personal property, and of course, there's a lot of depreciation in that. And if my memory, you're in the $20-something thousand range at the moment.
That's not something like this.
Right. But just a very brief summary of what's included. And, you know, when you did review this, did you see how they worked the sales on taking the personal property out? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We did. And our personal property in a car wash, such as the car wash, you've got your self-serve bay equipment, which would consist of what you can see in the bay, and then in the equipment room, there are what's known as pump stands and chemical feed units. All of that is personal property. You also have automatic car washes, which is the machine you see out in the bay. In fact, I'll tell you what those cost right now. New automatic car wash right now is $325,000. So this personal property, it's a big deal about personal property when it comes to selling a car wash in its entirety. But you got your automatic car washes. They normally have corresponding pump stands, chemical feed units in the equipment room. Then you have what I would consider your ancillary equipment, which you have to have, such as, and not limited to, but water softeners, reverse osmosis systems, air compressors. All of that equipment would be considered personal property because it can be readily removed. And in this case, this subject car wash has an ice machine, ice vending machine there. If I sent the boys over to remove that ice machine, they could probably have it out of where it sits and on a low boy headed out in about 15 minutes if the right piece of equipment was there to pick it up, a crane or a big cat tractor. So when you look at that, at this location, there is a substantial amount of personal property. And I don't know how if you're selling a working car wash, obviously that personal property would be included in the sale. Then if I look at it and I say, well, what if we just sold the car wash as real property and it had no personal property? You've got a shell of a building and a bunch of concrete, and very possibly to the next customer. In fact, in this, I noticed I believe it was cell number 1 in Mr. Bickford's report. Let's see if I can find the page.
Page 50.
Page 50. I believe, if I noticed correctly, that O'Reilly Auto Parts is the owner there. Now, what do you think that those improvements might be worth to O'Reilly Auto Parts? Probably absolutely nothing, because I imagine, I haven't been out by that location. I imagine instead of a car wash, there's probably an O'Reilly Auto Parts store there now, or will be soon in the future. So, to me, we have to look at all those factors. Car washes are kind of tricky, I guess.
So in your appeal, your value of what you were saying the property was worth for tax purposes was minus the personal property is
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We feel that valuation in our appeal is what the real estate and the improvements are worth, with no personal property.
Just want to make sure we were on the same page.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So all car wash sales of the personal property is typically a part of the sale, or it wouldn't be a car wash.
That would be correct.
It'd be like selling a hotel with no beds.
Well, I would agree with you, but I would like to point out in Wilson County, there have been several car washes sold recently, similar in nature to these, that, I know one of them got hit by a tornado. Might be a distress sale. One of them was turned into a car lot. So I imagine in those sales, and I don't have the numbers, I haven't looked at them, have the numbers at all on them, but I imagine in those instances, personal property there was probably in the transaction was given little, if any, value. In fact, it might have even been a liability because you had to take it out, dispose of it to repurpose it for whatever you were using the building for. There are a couple places there in Wilson County where I believe the buildings have kind of been repurposed. But they weren't being they were sold as a car wash that was non-functional, you might.
Yeah. Okay, your manual bay equipment, your wands and soap and all that, that's, you're also considering that personal property.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That, the manual bays, not that much equipment that you see out in the manual bay. Back in the equipment room, however, there's an extensive network of pump stands and motors, equipment to mix up soap to make each function on that bay work. So I got a quote the other day on some new manual bay equipment, and it was the equipment was going to cost something like $85,000 per bay. Now that would include tax, Tennessee sales tax and installation.
Sure.
Working on another project.
What would a car wash be worth without that?
Oh, no, I would argue it would be worth less because at that point you've got a shell of a building, be a car wash, and you've got a parking.
Why would you build it without that? What would you do with the building?
Well, as I said earlier, I've seen in Wilson County here where the pilot gas station is, I believe it's off exit there in approximately 4/10 of a mile south of the interstate. Someone bought a building that was a shell. I believe they had let their car wash free. That broke all the pumps, all the plumbing. They bought that building and have repurposed it. It is now a car lot. Bays, the empty bays, still they park cars in. I think they may have put some doors on one of them, maybe to do mechanic work or like that. There are ways to repurpose. As far as I have not checked to see, because that's happened not checked to see what the figures on it look like. I mean, yes, sir, it can be done, but it's not custom.
That would change the intended use of the property though, wouldn't it?
Well, I would argue it would.
Yeah.
Go from a car wash to a car lot.
Okay.
Briefly, another question. Your family's been in the car wash business, and when you go to purchase property like this, you've had years of experience in understanding the equipment and how bad of wear it's got. And so you guys are looking at that personal property of the value to add our price, right?
Yes,
And,
sir.
you're looking at highest and best use to you, looking for location. It is a good location for a car wash. And, so your value, not like auto parts place that bought a car wash, there are a car lot. Your highest and best use is a car.
You get as at least for the foreseeable future. Now, who knows what the future holds. I get knocked down and Waffle House getting up there eventually.
Hard to say. There's been a lot of things happen that I would have never guessed. You've been out enough. You know what happens. But yes, we do look at you as using it as a car wash because we're in the car wash. It's one of the businesses we're in.
You've never bought a car wash and repurposed it for anything?
Well, I have we bought a car wash in Sequatchie County, which is the Dunlap area. That had a gas station and a car wash and everything, and we didn't repurpose it, but, in that purchase, because the car wash was shut down, we actually allowed $0 for the car wash in that purchase. Okay. And we've been able to sell it, I think 3 times now. We keep it up. So, you know, and that's why we allowed no value for that car wash. Now, the gas station and the real estate under that car wash absolutely would have some value. But it wouldn't be, in that location, it wouldn't be. Yeah, now as far as just straight up repurposing it, no, sir, I've never done that, but if I live long enough, I probably will.
That's all.
I do have one more question. I'm looking at this, grid and sales, and, the grid does make some analysis in here for personal property. This is, if you had received this and
What page is?
This would be, I think, page 50. Wait,
Let me,
So 50 and 51, and hang on just a second. This is page 55.
okay. You'll bear with me just a moment to get there. I'm going to
Be on the same
page
page.
if we can do. All
I
right,
think I have it on the screen. Is this
I've
right?
got it right here.
okay, and the, portions, I'm looking at the screen now because I just copied it on my computer, but that's, the yellow there in the middle. They do, like some analysis for or contribution for the personal property. If you had seen this in reasonable time, would you have looked or checked out any of these sales yourself?
Yes, sir. I'm
So,
actually,
I mean, from what you've just told us in terms of the costs or values of this personal property, it goes all over the place for these 3 sales or 5 sales, whatever it is, and whether it's correct or incorrect or whatever. And as you look at the individual things, you probably would know some of the buyers and sellers of these.
Well, actually, I'm actually
we, pay
a consultant.
and I of course can't disclose, but one of these wash locations, I'm actually just recently became a paid consultant over a disaster that's gonna involve an insurance company and things like that on equipment. And I look at the sales price, I look at what the personal property adjustment is at that location, and all I can say, and I look at their, I look at what they paid and what their assessment is, and, they must be friendly with the property tax assessor in that particular county, is all I can tell you.
Objection,
It's insane.
What,
They have,
what was the, sorry, what?
The objection is we're getting into evidence instead of new proof. We're getting into that instead of arguing from the record. And it's also saying that somebody had a favorable relationship with the assessor is unsubstantiated.
So Gerald, I'm going to sustain the objection just because we're not hearing testimony today. And
I apologize, Mr. Bowman.
I mean, it's part of it's like this weird framework we're in. You're asking questions, and then to the commissions, I know we're asking questions. I'm also asking the commission members when it comes to questions, like we're asking for things in the documents on the page, and necessarily like calls for speculation or what someone would have done. Sort of, we're really looking at the evidence that was previously presented.
Well, Mr. Pope, that was my fault. I interjected that. I apologize.
You're good. Where we left off, we're on this page. What was the question? Did you get your?
I guess it would be speculation then. So I said that it was hypothetical if Mr. McKinney had seen this before at the time when he requested it in a more timely manner. Would that have made any difference? Provided him with any information that might have been helpful. And I don't, that's.
Let me formally answer your question, Commissioner. Yes, to answer your
Question is an absolute yes. We would have gone through this page by page. We'd have looked at these sites that they provided, and really work this report over because
Which we didn't get an opportunity to do.
Any other questions before we move to Mr. Lee?
Just one brief. So on page 55, what's on the screen, you do not agree with the personal property values that were put on, that were minus from the sale. I just want to make sure I'm clear. On the ones that you've reviewed.
Yes, sir, and I want to speak with some candor here.
I have not reviewed. There are a couple of these sales that I have not reviewed and I'm not very familiar with. But the ones that I am familiar with, I think the now, I don't know how to be more blunt, but I don't want to enter testimony. I'm trying to be respectful of Mr. That's my opinion, yes, sir.
Well, this is in the record from my memory. You were saying your personal property value in the record, and that this goes back to whether we should send it back or not. Well, that's new test. Never mind. So,
I'm sorry, Anna.
no, that's, we just have to stay within our guidelines.
Yes,
for
sir.
rules.
All right, I'll otherwise hand it over to Mr. Lee. I guess, Mr. Lee, I guess this is your introduce yourself too for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Robert Lee. I'm the attorney on behalf of White County today, representing Mr. Junior Jones, who's on the screen. Mr. Jones is the assessor of property for White County. We vehemently deny that this was the taxpayer was blindsided with this document. Irregardless, that we're here today to states about the evidence that was presented. In fact, the gentleman speaking is not the owner of the property, and he's not a party to this appeal. He is the son of the owner of the property, which made this qualify him from representing the taxpayer here today. We're not going to raise that issue, but that is a concerning point. As far as the record clearly shows the taxpayer appealed based on a cost approach. That cost approach, Mr. McKinney, the owner of the property, it is accountant. It is a cost approach based on an accounting principle or what they paid for the property. If you look at his cost approach, which is found on page 49, I believe. I could get my
Happy to pull up the page too. Just give me a second.
This is the record. This is what was provided to everybody.
Yep.
Prior.
This is the assessor's valuation analysis that was in.
No, it's a different page. Page 33. That is Mr. McKinney's cost approach. Mr. McKinney's cost approach is taking what he paid for the property in 2014 and saying that's the cost. He did take.
Sorry, just let me just get there. You said they're page 33. Let me pull it up. Is this what you're looking at on this? Sorry.
Yes. He did adjust this for the personal property, and that's his cost approach. That is what a typical accountant considers a cost approach. That is not a cost approach in the appraisal world. Appraisal is replacement cost new, less depreciation plus land. So that is what was done by Mr. Bickford. Mr. Bickford, if you notice on page 34, Mr. Bickford has a RES designation from the IAAO, and he also has a TMA, Tennessee Master Assessor, from the state of Tennessee. Testimony showed he has over 30-something years of experience doing appraisals and evaluation analysis for the state of Tennessee. Mr. Mr. Bickford provided this analysis. Going through it, on page 36 is a picture of the car wash. The car wash is a 7-bay car wash with 4 bays for one use, 5 bays for one use and 2 bays for rollers, car wash. That is what we're talking about, the subject property on Bachman Way in Sparta, Tennessee. Mr. Bickford did a cost approach using Marshall valuation concepts with their cost approach beginning on page 44 of the administrative record. The cost approach indicated a value of $697,606 for the car wash. That is a replacement cost new less depreciation plus land. Then you get into the sales comparison approach. The sales comparison approach is found on page 49. Starting on page 49, Mr. Bickford identified 5 sales on his sales grid on page 55. That is his adjusted sales. He did adjust these properties for personal property known to be on the site based on the records of the assessor. That's in the testimony. That is the adjustments made for personal property. The taxpayer's own reporting of personal property based on the valuation on the state valuation system. The sales comparison approach indicated a value of $84,400. The sales comparison approach indicated a range of $74,750 to $100,756.25. That is your range. The subject property is currently valued at $84,400 per bay. Based on Mr. Bickford's analysis, he indicated a value of $590,800. So therefore, both approaches showed that the current value adopted by this County Board of Equalization of $584,400 is supportable by a cost approach and a sales comparison approach. Now, looking at the initial decision in order, which is on page 92, starting on page 92, the initial decision in order, page 93 indicates why the taxpayer appealed the property, giving 4 reasons. First off, one reason was, well, he paid $495,000 for it in 2014. That's the value. He did not. That was his cost approach. Remember, that's his cost approach, what he considered to be the cost approach. Number 2, the subject property's tax valuation increased at a higher rate than other properties in White County. That is not a reason to appeal property in Tennessee, a comparative analysis. Number 3, the taxpayer's comparable sales of other car washes with their current tax appraisals support their contingent value. Again, if you look at what the taxpayer supplied was property record cards from other car washes across the Upper Cumberland area with the sales value on the property record card, and then comparing that to the appraised value for the property for the county. That is not a method of determining their sales. So there again, Judge Cochran said there was no evidence presented on behalf of the taxpayer. Number 4, the assessor's valuation failed to use a nearby car wash in their analysis, and their comparative sales analysis is unreliable. Mr. Bickford looked for sales. He had 5 sales in the area: Wilson County, Coffee County, Warren County, DeKalb County. They're within range of the subject property. They're car washes. Car washes are specially designed for a specific purpose. So the judge found that there was little evidence presented on behalf of the taxpayer. The taxpayer had the burden of proof. The county could have came in with just the property record card, but they did the evaluation analysis for Mr. Bickford off of that. The standard is, as Mr. Pope has stated today, the standard is the decision in violation of constitutional and statutory provisions? The answer to that is no, it is not. Number two, made upon unlawful procedure. The procedure was not unlawful. It was within the rules and procedures and statutes of the state of Tennessee. Number three, was the decision arbitrary or capricious or characterized by abuse of discretion or clearly unwarranted exercise of discretion? No, there was evidence to support the conclusion of the County Board of Equalization, even supporting a value higher to that. Number four, unsupported by evidence that is both substantial and material. And B, in determining the board shall take into consider account whatever in the record fairly distracts from the weight, but shall not substitute the judgment for that of the hearing examiner as to the weight. This is typically called the Big Four case, where the taxpayer failed to prove beyond, within a reason, a more credible value. We ask that the commission affirm the administrative law judge's decision.
Any questions from our commissioner?
I have a question for Mr. Lee. In a normal court of law, isn't there a 3-day rule about submitting evidence?
The State Board of Equalization puts out scheduling orders. I do not recall there being a scheduling order here. I will have to go back through my emails. There was emails sent to Mr. McKinney that bounced back on several occasions. There was 2 different emails, I believe, that was used. So there's no requirement.
The court rules wouldn't apply here anyway.
Okay.
I'm just gonna clarify that right off the bat. State board rules would work. I can pull up the rules of the State Board of Equalization. I'm not aware of anything at time of this hearing that would have had timeliness deadlines or disclosure requirements. They can be specifically amended as ordered by the administrative judge. And as you heard me read from the record, there wasn't an scheduling order issued by the judge on this case on those factors. But certainly, if you would consider that an abusive procedure, you're welcome to consider that and remain on those grounds.
I just didn't
just
hear-
clarifying those court rules that don't. It's not a court rule thing. It wouldn't apply here anyway.
I just didn't, his main concern you know,
sure.
when he testified that he didn't get it in a timely manner. And he implied that he got it basically the day of the hearing, if I understood that correct. Is there anything showing when the county put that in his hands?
I will have to go back through my emails, Mr. Prophet. I know that there was emails bouncing back and forth between myself and Mr. McKinney. That would have been cured also in the motion to reconsider. And given the time that the taxpayer could submit stuff, there was additional hearing in person that Mr. McKinney, I think it was in person, Mr. McKinney could have raised issues at that time on the motion to reconsider, which he failed to do.
And all we have is the administrative record. We're not, wouldn't generally admit anything new. All we have is the administrative record of the exhibits that were entered by the judge from that June 15th hearing. So in terms of if you're looking for a record of when these were exchanged, there's nothing in the administrative record.
So the court received it in time to put it in the administrative record.
The judge had conceivably administered at the record at the hearing. They're dated for June 15th, which I believe was the date of the hearing before the administrative judge. The judge issued their order on June 24th, 2022. I can go to the administrative judge cites the evidence in the initial decision order. I'm happy to read that back again. There's no comment, I believe, in the record to answer your question. So you're asking for a factual question. There's nothing in the record I can point you to. In terms of, like I said previously, too, in our other case, if you find that to be an abusive procedure, or at least needs a finding of fact, the judge needs to determine whether that would be cause for something, you can remand it to consider those factors or to receive additional evidence. with the summary of evidence, this is page 1, and then on to page 2 of the initial decision order, just cites that the evidence was the testimony of the parties. And then exhibit 1, it cites those exhibits, but it doesn't have anything additional.
Mr. Bowles?
Have you, have you retained an independent appraiser to look at your property and its value? That
Not at this
would,
time, sir. We're, I guess, waiting to see. We're gonna exhaust the remedies here. And then I guess depending on where we end up here today, we may seek in the future the guidance of an appraiser if we determine that we need to move forward, beyond the powers of this board. And to answer your question, sir, from a moment ago, I would advise you might reflect back on page 78 of the record. That's where, Mr. Lee was objecting to our request, Pike County, and asking for things from us. This is an attempt to get the report that Mr. Bigford ultimately provided on the day of the hearing. He said that all that was, I believe in that, he advised that all of that information was available to us through other sources. And don't hold me to that, but I believe I remember reading that somewhere in his objections. So I don't know about all that's available to us old country folks. We know how to look up the tax cards on things. We're not appraisers. We're working folks.
well, that's what appraisers are too.
We do it, but I do a different kind of work. I don't do appraisal work.
Right.
Appraisers absolutely are working. I will agree with you.
That'd be a good idea next time.
Well, I think you're probably right. Of course, the problem is, when you're fighting a battle like this, you know what a commercial appraisal costs too. At least I know what they charge around home.
Kind of like groceries, huh?
Yes, sir. It's like buying groceries at the store. Well, everything's like that.
Any other questions?
I don't have any,
All right. Billy, were you concluded?
I'm concluded.
Any other final comments from Mr. McKinney?
Yes, sir. I'll get some up very quickly. Again, we really would have, I think, liked to have had that report ahead of time. We do not agree with the court's finding. We think we've been treated a little unfairly here, and we would ask that the board either give us a more favorable valuation, which I don't know is possible from the record. And if that's not possible, we'd ask them to remain. Start over.
just as a, comment, we can't give you a new value. Then unless something in the record indicates that this is what it is, it either is or it isn't, we can't substitute it.
That's fair. That's why I'm asking you to move that.
All right, well, we'll enter deliberations. Once we enter deliberations, there's no more communication between our commission members and the parties, but if you have any questions, we can reopen the record. Once again, I just always reread that the standard and your options again. So the commission, you may affirm the decision of the hearing examiner. That's the administrative judge. Those decisions are right at the top of the case. Or you can remand the case for further proceedings, reversing all or part of the decision if you find that the rights of the petitioner were prejudiced because the decision, inferences, conclusions, or findings of fact were somehow in violation of constitutional or statutory provisions, including kind of, the law of appraisal. Did the judge, follow rules of appraisal correctly in this? Was it made upon unlawful procedure? Did the judge not follow a proper procedure? Was there some abusive procedure? Was the decision arbitrary or capricious, or just otherwise unsupported by evidence that's both substantial and material light of the record? Like I said at the top, that example being, you can't replace their finding of fact, but you're required to ignore a potential inconsistency in the record. If you have any questions about possibilities or just sort of want to explore about what you possibly may do, you're welcome to just sort of do that informally, just whatever your idea may be. And then procedurally, you'd remand it back to the and Judge. This is was again Judge Jerome Cochran, who's no longer with the agency, so it would be remanded to a completely new judge.
Mr. Bowles, I'll start with you this time. I started last time.
Are we voting?
No, we're just discussing.
No, I don't have any questions. I just, I've always, I guess passion's always been with the uniform standards of normal appraisal practices, whether it be outside the assessor's office or inside the assessor's office. So I really think you should have, the taxpayer should have got him someone to be responsible for those uniform standards. That's really.
Profit.
I totally agree. There's just one kind of hiccup in the whole thing, and we don't have a response from the county as to when they gave him what this board, we always advise people don't have an appraisal to get an appraisal, because that's the key evidence. When you have a disagreement, it's always good to have someone with certification to do an appraisal, and that way you can combat, or you can actually even give you a plaintiff a clearer view of what's going on and a fair view. What he's bringing up is kind of a technicality in a way, and if we had knowledge from the assessor as to when they actually put that in his hand, he's saying that he didn't receive it to the day of the hearing, which in most court of laws, and this is obviously different, is not looked on well, and there's actually some rules to that in normal courts. And again, we're really not there. We're not doing that. The thing of it is, I guess is what I'm saying, I don't know that it would have made any difference. Okay. For this panel, I don't know that it would have affected his values. So we're running on some unknowns. We're also, the question on the personal property. In some of the paperwork in the file, it looked like his personal property was in the upper $20,000 range. You know, to make sure that's adjusted out of the appraised value for tax purposes, that's something that's, you know, needs to be made sure that happened. And it seems like it possibly was, which that's not that much value. And of course, in all businesses, people are rebuilding things and making things work. But my question is this a legal issue for this panel that he didn't receive the appraisal to that day? Would that made a difference?
My opinion, and we're still in just discussion, no. It would have been better, but I don't think it's enough for us to remand it. The information provided by the taxpayer, all the sales and stuff that were provided had to do with the increase in tax appraised value, not with a market sale and that value. So really and that we don't look at how much a property's, the assessor has increased that appraisal. It's what the market would do. And so that information is not in the record from the tax assessor. I mean, excuse me, from the taxpayer. So therefore, what we have here is his values are not substantiated, basically. But, and they don't comply with normal appraisal procedure. So that's, if you have to do it again, you know, on something, just something that would show that, yeah, he bought it for X amount and got appraised at that amount, but 2 or 3 years later, the tax appraisal jumps up that's not a sufficient valid reason to change that.
I just think that if he had had an appraiser and this had been dropped on him that time, I would vote to send it back. You know, if he had hired an appraiser and then the county didn't give the appraisal to the day of the hearing, they didn't have time to review it, that would be more because you're on the same page. Basically, not hiring an appraiser, they really don't have a chance. I mean, because the way their stuff in their report of doing it from the accounting side isn't what the appraisal system, how it works to coming up with a real value. Accounting can't live without it in the business world, but it's really doesn't have a foothold in our appraisal system. So I'm always standing behind the administrative judge's decision. I would love to see whoever's over the rules of the administrative process to make at least a 3-day period that you would have to have evidence in prior to the hearing. I mean, that's just not fair, period.
I think Mr. Pope or Ms. Bennett can correct me, or and other gentlemen, if we read all the stuff that we get inundated with from the technical record, there are scheduling conferences, and I'm sure included in those are when both parties, if there is information, they have to exchange it at that time. So correct me if that's, that y'all are doing that now.
Part of it's the Administrative Procedures Division, which is all that under, it's a confusing amalgam of state government, but part of they have adopted some since this case was originally heard, I will say. Most often in state cases, they do have a standard scheduling order. They do now. But that was before this case was heard. I'll just say out loud.
I make a motion, we uphold the administrative discussion.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm in agreement. One thing that has not been mentioned, at least from your standpoint, if an appraiser would have performed his job and he was confident what he was doing, and also the value of something called trade fixtures. There is a difference between trade fixtures and personal property. But without any investigation on that, then again, we're left out, and that's just maybe one advantage of getting that done, though.
That's the advantage of hiring an appraiser.
And like that, I think trade fixtures may come into this project.
Mr. Bowles, you want a second?
Second.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
All right.
I've made a motion to uphold the administrative judge's decision.
Thank you.
All right. And it's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Ayes have it. Motion carries. That'll take care of our business today. We'll issue that final ruling within 90 days, just a written version of what you've heard here today. Once we issue that order, if you would like to, then you'll have, so the order is issued within 90 days of today, and it'll have your appeal remedies after that as well. Essentially, there's a 45-day grace period for it to become final, and then you can go to Chancery Court within 60 days after that. So it's kind of a weird time frame, but it'll make sense. It'll explain it in the order. Okay. That concludes all our business for that case today. We do have two more. I've got an announcement for one, and then we've got our last case that we're going to hear for Tuli, Malika, Salil, and Salil Gura. Do we need to take a break, or are we ready to just launch right? I'm just gonna make a couple announcements real quick if we need. Okay. Mr. Childress, if you could come to the microphone real quick, and I'll introduce you and kind of go from here. Is Miss Gilbert still on the line virtually with us for Cumberland County? I know I told her she might be able to hop off real quick.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Miss
I am
Gilbert.
here.
So I just had a quick announcement for your case before we go into our last case, Shelby County, and Mr. Trotz for that last one. Mr. Shapovalov. I always struggle with his name. I try to be respectful though. Shapovalov. If I see it written down, it's easier to read out loud. Filed a late request for continuance. I think on Sunday or Monday. I have it.
Sunday.
I have it dated for yesterday. Yeah. Please respond ASAP with confirmation of acceptance regarding my request for continuance, which I emailed yesterday. And he just says that due to a recent change in my health condition, I will not be able to participate in the conference scheduled Tuesday, February 20th. I will freely note that as administrative judge, I would consider this a late filed request and also unsubstantiated about what's going on. He said this might be confirmed if needed by my primary health care provider. I had staff attorney Matthew Childress here in front of me call Mr. Shapovalov while we were on break, and Mr. Childress said you talked to him. Can you tell us what's going on?
Yeah, so I spoke with the appellant, Mr. Shapovalov, and he indicated that he had requested, per his request for continuance, that a later date to hear his appeal. I explained to him that we've got very limited availability in terms of hearings before the commission. He, in response to that, indicated he would be able to present his appeal before the commission on Thursday, if no later dates were available. That's
this week.
This week, he did request that if that was the case and that was the latest available date, that he that his appeal be heard last.
And so, Ms. Gilbert, I can move him to Thursday if you don't have a conflict. I just want to let you know, or ask you one, so you don't have to sit the rest of the hearing today. If you're okay with moving it to Thursday, or if there's otherwise a conflict, does that work?
What later date would you have? There's just a lot going on this week. I have on my schedule.
It would just be Thursday of this week, the 22nd, and there's only two cases that day. Daystar Counseling Ministries and then Doubletree versus Shelby County.
Would we be the last one or the first one?
I would probably actually put you first because this is continued and we already have those other cases set for today. And usually we go by, I try to go by how long we estimate that cases are going to take. I think everything today was.
If we could do it the first one Thursday, I could work that in.
Okay. I think that's what we'll try to do. I just wanted to go ahead and let you know so you have to sit through another hearing. We just had that during the last hearing. So, Ms. Gilbert for Cumberland County, if you want to log off, we'll confirm all that in writing in an email and stuff this afternoon, and get you the link and everything for Thursday. And I will put you first, but that's the most a continuance I can give, Mr. Shapovalov.
Okay, that will be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last appeal for today is going to be Mr. Trotz for Tuli, Malika, and Salila Gura. Mr. Trotz, you still on the line? Oh, I see you there. We're just checking with our commission members. We're ready to just launch into this last one of the day. And then what we can break for lunch, or if we need to break, we can. It's just if you have a preference, Mr. Russell. You guys fine, Mr. Prophet? Okay. And then Shelby County, I see you're there as well. Okay, I'm gonna last one, and I will read it very, very, very quickly. Our last case for today is in the matter of Shelby County Assessor's Office as the appellate here. So the Assessor's Office has filed this appeal versus Malika Tooley and Salil Gura, the appellee. This is APD case number 53.01-224076J, SBOE case number 136132 for parcels 05604100024, tax year 2021. The notice of administrative record went out on February 9th, 2024. Noticing only 3 things in our record today. Well, more than that, but it's the certified technical record filed on April 28th, 2023, followed by the notice of scheduling conference issued June 16th, 2023, followed by the notice of hearing for today's hearing issued December 15th, 2023. I did not receive any other written argument from the parties regarding this appeal prior to today. That is our administrative record. Certified record contains a bunch of things in it. 6 different hearing exhibits, initial order, and the acknowledgement of appeal. Going to the initial order, which is going to be our red page number. I think it's our red. Oops. I can get to my right page number. Our red page number starts on 139 of the administrative record. That is page 137 of the technical record. On January 6, 2023, initial decision order issued by the administrative judge. The initial order, continuing on the next page, which includes a counterclaim by the assessor's office. The Shelby County Board of Equalization, hereinafter the local board, value the subject property for tax year 2021 as follows: in land value of $276,200, an improvement value of $1,194,200, a total value of $1,470,400, an assessment value of $367,600. The taxpayers, Malika Tooley and Salil Gura, timely filed an appeal with the State Board of Equalization, hereinafter State Board, for tax year 2021. The Shelby County Assessor's Office filed a counterclaim. The undersigned administrative judge conducted a hearing via WebEx on November 21st, 2022. The taxpayer agent and licensed appraiser, Eric Trotz, participated on behalf of the taxpayers. Elmer Moore III, Shelby County Assessor's Office Manager of Appeal Operations and Appraisal Analysis, and James Polk, Senior Appraiser, participated in the hearing on behalf of the assessor. Issue for determination. The issue for determination is whether either party has proven by a preponderance of the evidence that the value of the subject property should be altered from the value adopted by the local board. Based upon the following findings of fact and conclusions of law, it is determined that the taxpayers have met the burden of proof and the local board valuation should be reduced. Findings of fact. 1. The subject property is approximately a 1.21 acre residential tract improved with 2 homes located at 5262 Pelham Circle in Memphis, Tennessee. 2. The houses on the property include a large main house, 7,095 square feet, and a smaller secondary house, 2,876 square feet. The main house and secondary house are attached by an outside covered walkway. 3. The secondary residence has lower quality finishes, appliances, and fixtures as compared to the main house. 4. Although the property is in a residential neighborhood, the neighborhood is very close to Poplar Avenue and White Station Road. 5. The lot slopes downward from the homes and suffers from significant erosion and poor drainage, and a large portion of the backyard is unusable. 6. At least one retaining wall needs to be repaired or replaced. 7. The rear portion of the property backs up to a commercial office complex, and to overflow from the detention pond on the office complex sometimes drains into the subject lot. 8. The houses on the subject property have several deferred maintenance issues, including leaks from the roof, interior wall damage from the leaks, broken bricks, broken tiles, cracked paving, and cracks in the interior wall. 9. The large size of the second home on the property may make the property less appealing for potential market buyers because of the additional upkeep and limited use. 10. Mr. Trotz's comparable sales approach relied upon several sales on comparable properties to support a valuation of $1,280,000. This equates to $140 per square foot for the main residence and $100 per square foot for the secondary residence. 11. While the housing market in general has seen an increase in values in Shelby County, that increase has not translated to the limited million-plus house market, and some of those houses have declined in value. 12. The assessor requested that the certified value of $1,659,900 be affirmed and relied upon 5 comparable sales for a sales comparison approach to the value property. The assessor also utilized a cost approach to determine the contributory value of the secondary residence of $347,400. That's $120.79 per square foot. 13, 4 of the comparable sales presented by the assessor's office included erroneous square footage. 14, the assessor valued the subject as having 6 full bathrooms and 1 half bath. 15, the primary residence has 5 full bathrooms and 2.5 bathrooms. The 16, the assessor valued the primary residence as having 6 bedrooms. 17, the primary residence has 5 bedrooms. 18, the assessor applied a 20% downward adjustment for the lot value based on the shape, size, and conditions of the land. Applicable law, a party challenging the current assessment of property has a burden of proof. State Board Rule 0600-1-.11 subsection 1. To meet the burden of proof, the party seeking to change the assessed value must show that a preponderance of the evidence supports that change. A preponderance of the evidence means that considering all relevant values, the party's contention of value is more likely than not. Pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-601 subsection A, quote, the value of all property shall be ascertained from the evidence of its sound, intrinsic, and immediate value for purposes of sale between a willing seller and a willing buyer without consideration of speculative values, end quote. The merely disproving assumptions underlying the current valuation or pointing out, quote, the likelihood that a more accurate value is possible, end quote, without more, neither invalidates the levy or judgment under appeal, nor constitutes prima facie case for a change. Coal Creek Company, final decision order, Anderson, Campbell, and Morgan Counties tax years 2009 through 2013, issued June 25th, 2015. Analysis and conclusion of law. Upon a thorough review of the evidence submitted by this matter, the undersigned administrative judge finds that the evidence submitted on behalf of the taxpayer supports a reduction in the value of the local board. Mr. Trotz presented a comparable sales approach that relied upon several sales of comparable properties to support a valuation of $1,280,000. This equates to $140 per square foot for the main residence and $100 per square foot for the secondary residence, while the comparables relied upon by Mr. Trotz were further in distance from the subject property than the comparables relied upon by the assessor. They were properly adjusted and supported the contended value. In addition, Mr. Trotz offered extensive testimony regarding the $1 million home market in Shelby County. This includes market sales that the subject's neighborhood showing of a declining value for similar homes in a better condition and better location than the subject. The evidence offered by the assessor did not adequately address the condition of the home and the lot. The assessor also relied upon erroneous information regarding the number of bathrooms and bedrooms of the primary residence. In addition, most of the comparables relied upon by the assessor were further away from major roadways, and the size information for several of the comparables were also erroneous. It is therefore ordered, this is on page 5 of the order, that the local board values are reduced as follows: that's a land value of $276,200, an improvement value of $1,030,800, a total value of $1,280,000 for an assessment of $320,000. It is therefore ordered on January 6, 2023, signed by Mr. Judge Lee Thomas and issued on that same January 6, 2023. We then have concludes with applicable remedies, which means appeals to this body, which is why we are here today. You then have an acknowledgement of appeal issued by myself on January 3rd, 2023. Seems to be some date issues with that. I apologize. Noting that the assessor's office, Shelby County Assessor's Office, filed the appeal for today's hearing. With that said, we'll otherwise launch right into it. We've got Mr. Trotz on the line as well as the assessor's office. We'll start off with the assessor's office as the appellant. We'll then hand over to Mr. Trotz and then back to the assessor's office for any final comment. Again, commission members, feel free to interrupt at any time. For those online too, I'll do the same and try to follow along. If you reference any page numbers to the record, I'm going to be looking for that red page number. Other than that, I will stop talking and hand it off to, I believe, Ms. White for the assessor's office. Ms. White, if you could introduce yourself and take it away.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Janika White, and I am appearing for the assessor's office. And I'll also be calling on, at some points, Mr. Elmer Moore, who is on the other screen over there with the Shelby County assessor's office. As stated, this is our appeal to you all. And it is our position that the decision made by the ALJ was not supported by substantial and material evidence at the hearing. Mr. Trice did make clear at the hearing and on the record that he elected not to do an appraisal on this particular property. And we're going to go through the order, and Mr. Pope, I'll call out the page numbers because the order just simply makes erroneous findings that are not supported by the record. And there may be points where we may need to play parts of the record, or we may point the commissioners to it and they can elect to listen to those portions. Further, the court does not adequately explain how it came to its decision based on some of the findings of fact that we maintain are erroneous, and we're going to go through those. It's our position that the taxpayers' evidence was inadequate and should not have been relied on for the reasons in which we're getting ready to state. Starting off in the actual initial order, starting off with number 4. The ALJ stated that although the property is in a residential neighborhood, the neighborhood is very close to Poplar Avenue and White Station Road. This is a finding of fact. However, it doesn't state whether or not this property being closely located to White Station and Poplar is a fact that is or something that is positive or negative. And it's important to look at the comparables that were provided by the assessor's office as well as Mr. Trice. The comparables that were provided by the assessor's office were actually closer to the subject property as the sales comparison approach was used in the appraisal of this particular property. Going to number 9 of the order, which states that the large size of the second home on the property may make the property less appealing for potential market buyers because the additional upkeep and limited use. There is absolutely nothing in the 3-hour testimony that actually supports such a finding. The value of the second improvement was not based on any type of value method or approach. In fact, if you go to marker, I think it was about the 1 hour, 50-minute mark of the hearing, Mr. Trice cannot at all explain how he came to a value for the second home that's on the property. Additionally, I've already stated that there was no methodology or anything to support it. And Mr. Moore, I don't know if you want to play that at the marker of 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, do you have it or I can pull it up?
It may be, the sound may be better if you pull it up, Mr. Pope, but this is when Mr. Trice was specifically asked about the valuation of the second home on the property.
Thank you for the hour and minute marker. You said, what was it? 1
hour, 50 minutes. Is that correct, Mr. Moore?
That's correct. 1 hour and 50 minutes, 0 seconds.
Thank you.
Let me make sure I am sharing my,
And we can see it, Mr. Pope.
yeah, I have to reshare. Sometimes I have to make sure I click the button that says, make sure I share the sound. So I'm going to make sure oh, there it is. Yeah, I did not have that. Sorry, give me 1 second to sharing sound. I can do it. Go to your audio setting and select, okay. I also don't want to create a feedback loop, so I'm trying to make sure I do this the right way. Go to your device's audio settings.
Oh, the one.
Or is that playing online for y'all?
No, sir.
Okay, like, let me.
That is, yeah, also, that was.
Right. All right, sorry, I'm gonna press a bunch of buttons. Did that work all right though? Were you able to hear that little snippet?
Yes.
Yes, we were able to hear it. I don't know if you started at the 150 mark or not, or if you were just testing it out.
I was testing it out. Let me go back to that
Okay, thank you.
150. 149.49. I have to like unmute myself and then play it. So just give me a moment and I'll play it, and then just give us a shout when that's good.
Or from the standpoint of let's make some money off this, it's not the same. You call it a guest house, which could have a few different meanings, but somebody else walking to it, the only person that's going to walk to that is going to be the owner of the property. I agree. Thank you, Mr. Trucks. I see in your grid, and I'm not going to belabor all of the adjustments, but I do see in the grid that it appears that for the second improvement on the subject property, and I'll stop sharing my screen now and go back to Mr. Trott's evidence. It appears that the subject property second improvement you have valued at $172,500. Is that correct? I think, yes. Okay. How did you derive this value? That is, yeah, also. That was at $60 a square foot. And when I looked at what the value of the subject property was, and then I discounted it from there to get to the guest house. I have interviewed a number of appraisers, just to get more information as to how do they value things, what does the market show them as far as what a guest house is worth, or I call it a guest house, but we're really talking about, you can call it a guest house, guest quarters, but second improvement. So the most that it could be worth would be 50% of the value of the home, but in this case, my determination was it wasn't worth 50%. It was, had a larger discount associated with it. So why was the discount larger? Because there is no demand for a property like this. Or when I say no demand, there's one out of, we saw from the data that I presented, only 1% of homes have these. If second improvements were in such high demand, builders would be building these because they could make more money off of them as they sell them. Everybody would be adding one of these. Not everybody, but a number of people would if they could start making money off of them. There's just, people are doing good to get in a house. They don't have money, most people don't have money to spend extra on a structure that they'll never use, and that's market value. So the discount is there. The structures aren't worth that much money, and a high, huge discount is applicable.
Okay, but that's not based on the cost to build a 2,876 square foot home with a 2-car garage. That's just based on your feelings about the market.
No, it's not my feelings about the market. It's the market's feelings about the market. The market doesn't say how much does this cost to build, and I'll pay you X amount of dollars for that structure. I've never had one person in 38 years say, I want a guest house, and by the way, how much do those cost to build, because I'll pay you X amount of dollars. People would...
Anybody hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Is that good?
All right. Yeah, that was good. Was there any more there, Mr. Moore, that you wanted?
No, I don't think so. I think that adequately covers Mr. Trott's explanation.
Thank you. Commissioners, as you could hear, words like anybody, everybody, most people never use that much money or that high. It was not based on any type of methodology or acceptable appraisal principles. It was simply just Mr. Trott's opinion. And as I stated when I started off, Mr. Trott specifically, and was clear to make clear that he was not acting as an appraiser in this instance, but simply as a taxpayer advocate. And so the complete statement as it pertains to the valuation of the second home was not supported at all by any evidence in the record, and as you just heard, was not even explained by testimony by Mr. Trott. Going to number 13, which states that 4 of the comparable sales presented by the assessor included erroneous footage. That is incorrect. If we go to page, let's see what page this is of the record. 36. No, that's not correct. Let me get the correct page number.
Like the blue page number, because I can go there. Here we go.
It is actually paid. Yeah, help me out, Mr. Moore. I'm sorry.
Okay. The Gorha admin record 0060. So the red writing at the bottom, 0060. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Moore. This finding came from page 60 and 61 of the GORA admin record, and it is the first bullet point that says additional comments to the assessor sales are as follows. And in the first one, it states that assessor comparable sale number 1, and it goes on to state reasons, but that one does not at all state that there were any issues with square footage. Number 2, comparable number 2 out of the 5 proper comparables that the assessor's office uses, at the very bottom states that additionally, this home has been measured by an independent appraiser at 6,793 square feet per MAAR data, not the 6,415 square feet as reported by the assessor, which would have resulted in a lower valuation. I just want to point that one out, and I'm going to go back and give you some comments about that. Assessor comparable number 3, there is no mention of any type of issue with square footage. And then going to comparable number 4. Comparable number 4, once you get to the, let me see which paragraph this is. Third full paragraph, it states that I'm sorry, you all, my thing is switching quickly on me. In the third paragraph, that the home was measured by an independent appraiser in 2012 to be 8,632 square feet, and in 2016, 8,490 square feet, and not the 8,319 square feet as reported by the assessor. And then again, in comparable number 3, we have a similar point that an independent appraiser appraised the area to be 6,787 square feet, not the 5,815 that is on the assessor's grid. A couple of things to note from these. One, it was only alleged that 3 of the 5 comparables used by the assessor's office had the wrong square footage, not 4. Additionally, there's no basis or not even a finding of fact as to why the information in terms of square footage that was provided by Mr. Trotz was somehow found to be more credible or accurate or reliable than that from the assessor's office, when the assessor's office is the one that actually goes out and actually measures the square footage versus what's been entered in these databases by real estate agents at the time of closing. And one good point to this is comparable number 4, where it says that the home was measured at 8,632 square feet in 2012, and then 8,490 square feet in 2016. And then not the 8,319 by the assessor. How do we know, or how did even Mr. Trotz decide to use the higher of the square footage, which was the 8,632, when there were 3 different ones, which is also our point as to the court making such a finding, being that even within Mr. Trotz's own analysis, he states that there were 2 different square footages listed for this particular property, and he just arbitrarily chose one. And it seems as if the court similarly arbitrarily accepted that square footage, which was not based on any type of finding of fact as to which one would have been more reliable than the other. Going to number 18, the judge did acknowledge that the assessor applied a downward adjustment. But if you go to page 4 of the order, from the initial order from the court, further down, the court contradicts itself in saying that the assessor's office did not adequately address the condition of the home and the lot, despite the fact that the assessor did apply a 20% downward adjustment, which was stated in finding of fact number 18. Now we're going to go to some of the errors as it pertains to the comparables that were provided by Mr. Trotz. As stated previously, the assessor's office used 5 comparables. Mr. Trotz used 4. Of his 4, one of those comparables happened to be the same as one used by the assessor's office, which was 633 Valley Brook. One thing that is very important to know, and as you all know, when using the sales comparison approach, location is important. When looking at the comparables provided by the assessor's office, all of the assessor's 5 comparables were less than 1 mile away from the subject property. Looking at the comparables provided by Mr. Trotz, comp number 1 was 1.5 miles away from the subject property, and comp number 4 was 2.7 miles away from the subject property. And if you go actually to Mr. Trotz's comparables, and I'm trying to see how I'm going to do this because he has 1 through 3 on one page and 4 on another. It is page 36 out of 167 where Mr. Trotz's comps are.
All right, just give me 30, what was it, 30?
Yeah, it's 36 out of 167.
Is this one?
I'm not able to see your screen right now, Mr. Pope. Oh, yes, I am. Okay.
Oh,
No, I do. Don't change it. Don't change it. Yes, if you'll scroll up just a little bit. That's it. Thank you. Just 1 second. Let me flip back.
this is 134 in the red numbers of the final admin record. It appears to be
Thank
it's got the taxpayer name at the top and then sales comparison approach and big block around it.
Okay, thank you.
What are we again, please?
130.
134.
Now, this is showing something different.
You're showing something different.
A little red number at the bottom.
The red number at the bottom is 0134, and it is autographed.
0034.
Do the commissioners have it?
You were, yeah. I understood her to say
I think-
134.
I think we were,
Yeah,
I think we were on 0134, but we're on page 0034 in the red numbers. I have it on the screen too if you want to walk around and look up at it. But,
I can see better with closer.
and I believe this to be part of the admin record that was the taxpayers representatives valuation report. That was.
Thank you. Now that everyone is there, I wanted Mr. Moore to go through some of these comparables, and I wanted to point you all to on page 4 of 5 of the initial order, and I think you all have that one in your hand, where the ALJ stated that Mr. Trotz's comparables were properly adjusted and supported the contended value. And so, Mr. Moore, if you would start with the inappropriate comparison assessment that was used on this page.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Trotz decided not to use a time adjustment based on a few sales that he chose, but in the record, which we have at about 2 hours and 31 minutes, we explained that all of the comparables used by the assessor showed improvements in value based on sales prices from 2017 to 2020. Mr. Trotz chose properties that had sold in 2006 and 2007 to kind of justify that there had been no increase and sort of a decline in value in this neighborhood. But that goes across the Great Recession. So he doesn't do a time adjustment at all, even though we've had 2 ratio studies that show that our market is increasing in value. When you look at Mr. Trotz's location adjustment on that same grid, he makes a negative $50,000 adjustment for 2 comparables that are in the exact same neighborhood, Pleasant Acres. He also makes a $50,000 negative adjustment for Shady Grove. But the 2 comparables in the same area, he makes a minus $50,000. When you look at Mr. Trotz's bathroom adjustment, he doesn't make any adjustment for the difference in comp number 1, having 1 less full bath and 1 more half bath. But then he makes a negative $20,000 adjustment for comp number 2 that has a full bath more than the subject. But then he makes only a positive $10,000 adjustment for comp number 3 that has 1 bath less. So these adjustments are not consistent. And then on comp number 4, I gotta try to find it so deep in the.
Comp number 4 is actually on page 86 out of 167.
86 is. I thought I had it bookmarked. Here we go. Comp number, I'm showing it's the 0084 in the admin record. But if you look at that map that you have on the screen there, Mr. Pope, if you could just go back to the map that you, yeah, so this is his comparable number 4. So Mr. Trotz inserted a comparable that is in an entirely different neighborhood that's on the other side of I-240. So the interstate bifurcates this map, and Mr. Trotz has chosen a comp that is 2.7 miles away in a totally different neighborhood for comparable number 4. And in comparable number 4, when you look at his grid, which is, you scroll up a bit, it would be 0084. Yeah, there it is. On this grid, Mr. Trotz doesn't make any adjustment for the bath count. Again, very inconsistent. And then Mr. Trotz makes an interesting adjustment for the land value. And I asked Mr. Trotz about this adjustment, and you can hear his explanation of this adjustment, I believe, at 1 hour and 55 minutes and 50 seconds, if we were going to listen to that particular part of his testimony.
I can play it if you would like me to.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, it's currently at 1 hour 54 minutes, so I'll probably just let it play.
If they saw let me give you take a gold bathroom fixtures. Somebody might have spent $100,000 on gold bathroom.
Yep.
Mr.
Sorry,
Pope,
could you
I'm
hear
sorry.
that?
That's going to be at 1 hour and 25 minutes, not 55. I apologize.
Oh, okay. 1:25 on the dot.
Yeah, that came up to it's just a little bit over $20 per square foot. $20 a square foot. Yeah. Now, if you'll take that $20 a square foot,
Mr. Pope,
the lot size.
Could you rewind maybe 30 seconds?
I'll just try to get into it. So 123.
128 square feet, so it's got half an acre. Oh, and in fact, Mr. Moore, I apologize. I sent you on a wild goose chase with my typing. Because I'm just noticing a typo there, and on that second line of the third paragraph, Your Honor, that's why Mr. Moore couldn't find it, because I typoed it. That should be 2003-4022. And I ask that you please don't judge me as a typist. Yes. You said you made the adjustment by taking the sale price of the comp and subtracting the subject sale values. How did you make the adjustment? Okay. So if you take that $445,000 and if you divide it by 22,216, yeah, that came up to it's just a little bit over $20 per square foot. $20 a square foot. Yeah. Now, if you'll take that $20 a square foot, the lot size of comparable number 4 is 28,713 square foot. So if you take 28,713 times the $20, that actually comes up to about $575,000. So theoretically, I could have said at sale number 4, that lot was worth $574, and the subject was worth $276. That's a $298,000 adjustment. But I realized there's an economies of scale. So as you go up in size, then theoretically, I was thinking instead of sale number 4 having a lot worth 20, it's worth a little bit less per square foot. And I determined it to be, that's where I came up with a $476,000 lot value for number 4. So I took that 476 value of number 4, subtracted subject lot value of 276, and that's my $200,000 adjustment. So, and I explained that it's due to lot value. Even though the lot is much smaller at cell 4, it's worth a heck of a lot more.
Is that good, Mr.
So, Mr. Trice, you
No, continue on.
Okay.
subtracted the certified value for the subject property. The lot value.
That's what I used.
Okay. But you did not use the assessor certified value for the comparable.
I did not, because I had a good sale, which was almost next door, and that represented the best value.
Okay. But you did not independently.
Wait, I heard static. Repeat it again, please. Mr. Moore, I'm not hearing you now.
Yeah, Mr. Moore, did we lose your audio?
No, Your Honor, I was waiting until the drilling stopped.
Oh, sorry, it's the drilling, I forgot, go ahead.
Mr. Trice, you did not independently develop a value for the lot of the subject property. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. I'm saying that it's worth $276,000 because that's the number that the assessor used, and just for argument's sake, I went ahead and I was trying to be as reasonable as I could, as many places as I could. Otherwise, these adjustments just could have gone haywire, and it would have shown a lot of gross adjustments, and it would have just looked like this wasn't a good comparable if I took the true adjustments, which would have then reflected a much lower value. But I'm trying to be as reasonable as I can and come up with good, honest, reliable, credible information.
And Mr. Trice, you're aware that the assessor certified value for the comparable sale that sold for $445,000 is $285,900.
I'm aware that that's the 2022 value. I'm not aware of any tax appeals that have been made. I'm not aware of any agreements that have been made. I'm not aware of anything on that property except the factual information that you're reporting, but I don't know the basis behind that. I'm saying that this property at 214 sold for $445. That's a fact. That's willing buyer, willing seller. I'm also saying that the value of the subject property is $276, and when you make a little bit of a size adjustment from the 214 Cloister Green over to the comparable sale lot, and just going up by a tiny bit, then that's the $200,000 difference.
Mr. Moore, let me make sure I have that written down right. You're saying the assessor's valuation for the lot for the 214 Cloister Green Lane was $285,900? And do we know if that's for tax year? Is that for tax year 2021?
That's for tax year 2021. That's the reappraisal models.
Okay.
Of the assessor. And I'll just go ahead and tell you, Mr. Trice, that the assessor's value for 153 Cloister Green is 335,900 certified.
Give me that number again, Mr. Moore.
335,900.
Mr. Pope, you can stop the recording now. And I played all that to show that Mr. Trotz was comparing sales to the assessor's value. So Mr. Trotz did not value the subject property. He took the assessor's certified 276,000. Then he bumped up the value of the land of this particular comparable, which is 2.7 miles away, and then deducted that value, not the true adjustment based on his own words, because that would have been like 300,000, but he adjusted by 200,000 when the real difference between these property values based on the assessor's models is a little bit less than $100,000. 335 versus 276. In fact, you're really talking about maybe 59,000. So Mr. Trotz has inflated his adjustments by not valuing the subject property lot independently. So he's comparing sales to the assessor's values to make his adjustments. So that is not a proper adjustment. And as we look through the report, Mr. Trotz has used comparable sales. All of them are older than the subject property, even though he ascribes superiority to their condition. They're all 21 years, 18 years, 25 years, 22 years. When there were, that the assessor showed in their evaluation by Mr. Polk, there were comparables within the immediate area that were closer to the subject property's year built date. And I think that that's all that I have about Mr. Trotz's adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Based on, I'm sorry, Mr. Moore, did you have something else to say?
No, I was just saying you're welcome.
Oh. Commissioners, we are requesting based on the errors in the record, in addition to the errors that have been stated in the findings of facts in comparison to the analysis and the actual evidence that was presented at the hearing, that the commissioners adopt the county board value of $1,470,400. And lastly, I just wanted to put your attention to, we went through the statement of the proper, improper, or properly adjusted, that Mr. Trotz properly adjusted these comparables, but going down on that same page 4 of 5 of the initial order, where it states that in addition, and this is the second to last sentence on that page, it says, in addition, most of the comparables relied upon by the assessor were further away from major roadways. Again, I point out that the court never states one way or the other whether that's a positive or a negative. And even here, an inference can't be drawn because the comparables provided by the assessor's office were clearly closer in proximity and in time to the actual subject property, which is what the sales comparison approach is based on. So it's our position, commissioners, that the evidence that was presented was inadequate. It did not meet the burden of proof, and that we've already shown actual errors in the findings of fact and in the conclusions of law, provided what has been actually presented and what was presented on the record and through testimony at the hearing. And so with that, we're requesting that the commissioners adopt the county board value of $1,470,400. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from our commission members before we hand it over to Mr. Trotz?
Mr. Bowles?
I don't have any.
I don't have anything.
All right, Mr. Trotz, I'll hand it off to you for your reply. If you do have any page numbers or anything else you want me to highlight, just like Ms. White did, just shout out and I'll pull them up.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good. I guess it's now afternoon, everybody. The first thing that what I want to do is just point out one thing that the assessor has already said, and then I will rebut what they have just gone over, and then I've got a few points. And I want to this is the first thing I'm going to say because I want to make sure that it doesn't get lost. The assessor has already informed me that they are fine, and I'm going to quote an email. Good morning, quote. Good morning,
Mr. Trotz, if we're not having new testimony or new documents today. If you want to quote something, it has to be part of the record.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, then I'll go to the second part of my presentation. Market value is determined by buyers and sellers, and most buyers and sellers use real estate agents who use the MLS. The assessor is picking out bits and pieces of when they play their recording, the two recordings, they're picking out bits and pieces of a 4-hour hearing. And when using sound bites, that doesn't tell the whole story. And obviously, and please excuse my voice, obviously the judge heard 4 hours and based on all of the information, she determined by a preponderance of evidence that my value was correct, not just one little short clip. And if you listen to the entire record, the judge said she agreed with my value of $1,280,000. When the assessor talks about location, there's nothing in USPAP which requires an appraiser to use comparable sales next door. In fact, USPAP allows the appraiser discretion to choose comparable sales based on what the appraiser's peers would use. The assessor used sales located nearby, which are substantially superior, but they are not comparable at all to the subject property. The assessor says I didn't properly value the secondary structure and says it was only my opinion. But if you play that same clip back, you'll hear me say my methodology as to how I came up with a value of the secondary structure. It clearly says that, but they're just saying that I didn't, but that's not true. When I pick comparable sales, the assessor saying I didn't use the right sales, but when I pick them, I use the MLS system to look at what appraisers are reporting. And I included the MLS printout sheets in the technical record or the administrative record. When I look at the MLS, I look at not only what appraisers have measured the house to be, but I look at the interior photos. The appraiser does not have the same luxury as I do because they are not MLS participants at the assessor level. Some of them might be a member of MAR, Memphis Area Association of Realtors, but as an organization, they are not allowed to use the MLS. And they know that, so they cannot technically use the MLS to get the same information that I can. The assessor, I believe, said something to the effect that they go out and measure each and every home. That's not true. When an appraiser goes out, he or she will measure the home, and then they'll report it to the MAR data service. The assessor uses pictometry a lot. They go to some houses. They are not able to go into each and every 300 and something thousand parcels of Shelby County to do measurements. So when I use the MAR data and the MLS and the Chandler information, which is in the administrative record, it comes from a reliable source of somebody who saw the property and an appraiser and somebody who was actually at the property. The assessor doesn't do that. The assessor tries to make a case that because their comps are closer, they're better. However, this is very important. The $1 million market, that's not how the $1 million market works. The $1 million market looks at wider areas because those buyers can afford to live where they want to live. So the market is wider. The judge heard that presentation, and that's why she agreed with it. or she made her determination, and that's what she agreed with. The assessor just said the market was increasing, but what they failed to mention, they don't go on to tell you that the market is different for homes that are $1 million plus. And if you look at the technical record, I made a case that the $1 million market is different. You don't see the same increases in properties for $1 million homes like you would for 200,000, 300, 400, what have you. Excuse me for a second. Now, Mr. Moore says that my adjustments are faulty, but if you'll look in the administrative record, you won't see anywhere in that record where the judge says that, and that's what we're going by. The judge didn't say that anything in the record that my comparable sales were not adjusted properly. And in fact, if you will look on page 154 of the admin record, Mr. Pope, please bring that up.
Sorry, one more time, the page number?
154. Okay, so, okay, let's see the evidence. Go to, okay, go from the bottom of the page, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? No, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right there. And it says, while the comparables relied upon Mr. Trotzer further in distance from the subject property than the comparables relied upon by the assessor, they were properly adjusted and supported the value. It's the judge that's making that determination based on what she heard. She heard from the assessor. She heard from me. She made a determination that what I had was properly adjusted. So Mr. Moore can tell you that my comparables weren't properly adjusted. That's his opinion. That's not the judge's opinion. Now, the judge, you heard in some of those clips that the judge asked questions. This judge just didn't show up that day and start, doing hearing appeals. In fact, if you go to the Tennessee Secretary of State website, Judge Thomas, she's been working for the state of Tennessee since 2021, which means she's had at least 21 years of legal experience as of that date. She took everything into advisement, and about 6 weeks later, we received her decision that she agreed with my testimony. The assessor could have given information back in November 2022 to try to convince her, and maybe she would have supported their opinion had they had better information. But in 4 hours, the judge heard it all, asked a lot of questions, and she made her decision, and that's in the technical record, and that's what I'm asking you to further consider today. One more item about comps. Mr. says that I selected incorrect comps. He just said that. But if you'll look at that technical record, there's nothing in the record where they state that my selection of comps didn't meet USPAP. So the judge didn't hear anything that said my comps didn't meet USPAP. So anyway, this is what I would do if I were an appraiser, and I am an appraiser. I'm a registered agent. I'm a 39-year broker of houses and land properties. So I've got an extensive amount of experience. So this is how a property is valued, and the judge heard it, she saw it, and she ruled on it. And that's what I'm asking you to consider. That's just kind of a rebuttal of some of the assessor information. let me, if you don't mind, please let me make just a few more points and I'll try to.
Yeah, no, you're good, Mr. Trotz. I think you got something on your desk that's kind of giving us some feedback, just to be aware as you're shuffling anything around.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Regarding one of the items that the judge mentioned was that the assessor had 4 sales with erroneous square footage. And if you will, just for a second, Mr. Pope, please, I'm going to kind of juggle back and forth between page 46 and then a couple other pages, but 46 of the admin record. Okay, so these are, when I refer to page 46, these are the assessor's comparable sales. And so when you go to page 46, which is where we are, and thank you for turning that sideways, the assessor has sale number 2 as 6415 square feet. But Mr. Pope, please go to page 74. And go to the bottom of the page. You see I've got highlighted. Okay, right there on the left, right there, instead of 6415 square feet, that house has 6599 square feet. And that's for the MLS, which is the most reliable information in the city, because that they draw their square footages from MAR data.
I object at this point, Mr. Pope. There's been no testimony or anything in the record, and the court did not opine, and that's part of our argument. The court did not at all opine that MLS is somehow more or less reliable than what's from the assessor's office. And so I object to any additional testimony as it pertains to MLS being more reliable than the assessor's office.
Yes, I would otherwise pretty much sustain Mr. Trotz. If what's the argument? Where are you going with this? What's the? We'll try to keep it to what's in the record. I know we're referencing something here, but you're happy to reference from the record. We can all see that. I think the point you're trying to make, which is in the record, this page has sold square foot of 6599, and you're pointing out that there was other, I guess, contradictory evidence. But let's just keep it to that. That's part of the record.
Okay. Then instead of 6415 square feet, it has 6599 square feet per the MLS, which gets its information from MAR data, which gets its information from licensed appraisers.
And Mr. Trotz, if you're going to reference all that, you got to point to where that part in the record is. Is it a testimony line that was included, or yeah?
Okay, then let's see. Then it's got 6599 per the MLS. Okay. Let's go to sell, and we don't have to go back to page 46. If you will skip down to page 59, I think. Oh, I'm sorry, administrative, page 60. No, let's see. This will be for. Okay, forget that. I'm sorry, because I was having a hard time coming up with all these the red over the red. So
yeah,
let me
sorry.
let me put that to the side for a second. So let's go to. Let's see. Okay, go to administrative record page 75. Now I think I'm back on track. Okay, now, yeah. And please scroll down to the bottom. Okay. The assessor, if we went back to page 46, the assessor reported 6061 square feet, and the MLS is reporting 6100. Let's go and then go to the administrative Go to administrative.
Oh, sorry. What was the?
I don't mean to cut off, sorry. I do not mean to cut off Mr. Pope, excuse me, Mr. Trotz, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're beating a dead horse.
Yeah, I think we get it. You're good.
Okay.
So Mr. Trotz,
Then let me make one comment, please. I'll move on from that whole discussion. I stated the assessor didn't use the correct square footages. It's in the administrative record where I came up with that, and the assessor saw it and she ruled on it. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Any questions?
Well, yeah,
Sorry,
well, I'm
you-
gonna delete
Mr.
that.
Trotz, just sorry, you got some feedback from your line. It just sometimes a little hard to hear you. I'm just gonna ask any other questions from our commission members real quick. All right, seeing none, Mr. Trotz, the floor is still yours.
Okay. I offered the judge all of this information. She had it in front of her, and that's why she ruled like she did. The judge heard all of the evidence, waded through hundreds of pages. She heard from both sides, and she's a trained legal professional. This wasn't the first matter heard by the judge. And wrapping it up, I ask you to consider all of this information in its entirety, and also consider that we had a detailed hearing before the judge, which I hope I have proven to you was handled appropriately according to Tennessee Code annotated, and that the administrative law judge, she followed the proper procedure in conducting the hearing. The appellant has not shown that the judge's decision was in violation of any statutory provisions, that the judge's ruling was not made unlawfully, and that the judge's decision was not arbitrary or capricious, because she had all of the information in her hands to make a decision. She did not pull this out of the air. And furthermore, the judge's decision was supported in light of the entire record. And with that, I'll say thank you for hearing me out, and thank you for your consideration.
I'll ask again our commission members any questions for anyone, for anything. You can, sorry, it's really informal. You guys can ask whatever you want and that sort of thing. Like, as long as it's about the record and not asking for new testimony.
I don't have any.
Mr. Pope, I don't know, is it possible for me to make one?
Yeah, you'll have a final
one point?
comment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Any other questions from our commission members?
No.
Yep. I was about to say that being, I'll hand that back off to Ms. White for was it reply, or I forget where we're at, but yeah, final comments from the assessor's office is the appellant.
Thank you, and I'll be quick, commissioners. I just want to point out that our position is that it's not arbitrary and capricious. It's that the opinion was not supported by substantial and material evidence from the hearing, which we pointed out some of those. And of course, and I don't know if you all took the time to listen to the 3 hours and 50 minutes. Of course, we did not want to play that entire thing for you, but we pointed out those parts that we were clearly able to show where Mr. Trotz was specifically asked about adjustments, where he was specifically asked about where data came from. And just to point to one, I don't think there's one more telling than page 63 out of 167, which is actually page number 0061 of the admin record, from comparable number 4, where Mr. Trotz at that hearing and even today has maintained that MLS data is somehow more reliable than what the assessor had. And even with the comparable number 4, where it clearly states this data that is so reliable, somehow the home shrunk from 2012 to 2016. And again, there was no finding in the record that stated that one was more reliable than the other, yet we have a finding that states that somehow the assessor's finding of the assessor's statement of square footage was wrong, and Mr. Trotz picking just arbitrarily one or the other from 2012 or 2016 is somehow more correct, accurate, or reliable than the assessors. So it's our position that there were several errors in the order that, one, are not supported by the record, but that were also not founded by the evidence and that were unsupported. And that's why we're requesting for you all to uphold the state board value. Thank you.
Any final questions from our commission members?
No.
All right, with that, we'll enter deliberations, commission members. Mr. Russ, as our presenting member, I'll let you preside. If you have any questions too about options or procedural questions, feel free to ask me. I forgot to introduce him earlier, but across from me is Miles Crandell. He's stepping in as counsel for you today. So if you have legal questions, and he'll otherwise help ask any clarifying questions about your decision today.
This is just a discussion right now because I do want to hear from the other two commissioners, but I find a lot of problems with the taxpayers' appraisal. Oh, wait a minute, I turned this off. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, let me make sure we can hear you.
One thing here that's just basic appraisal stuff. And not sure where it is, maybe when he's talking about some of this stuff, that the lower square footage would lower the assessor's opinion of value. Well, that's kind of the reverse of what it should be. If it's got more square footage, you're higher. If you got less, you got less. So that doesn't jive. I think, Mr. Crandell, you correct me if I'm wrong on this. The adjustments in the taxpayers' sales grid go all over the place, and there's no consistency and don't make any sense. And I think for the administrative law judge to have looked at all this and to listen to it for 4 hours and taken 6 weeks to review it, couldn't have seen some of that inconsistency herself. And I guess what I'm saying, instead of discussion, I would support the assessor's contention for value by the state or county board, the Shelby County Board of Equalization. I'll turn it over to Mr. Bowles and Mr. Profit, and please feel free to disagree with me if you want. I mean, that's what we're doing here right now.
I mean, just say procedurally too, because it's a review board. You can remand it back to the judge and specifically say you have to support your findings of fact with citations to say, you know, where did you get this fact from? That's a totally valid thing you can remand it for if you're finding that, you know, the decision was supported by some sort of evidence. You can just say, hey, you know, we may not be able to determine today, but you need to go back and cite where you're pulling facts from. That's also a fine option. Let's also say the procedural realm of possibilities is pretty broad in terms of remanding it back on kind of what you think would best correct this error if you find that there's an error that needs to be corrected. Sorry, with that, Mr. Profit.
I kind of have a little bit of a problem, both sides of it. The Shelby County Board of Equalization, we really don't have anything to how they came up with the value. So we're kind of in between a rock and a hard place because Mr. Russ has some very valid points, and I agree with him. So it would be my view that our main option would be to send it back to the judge. But I may be wrong, and that's kind of where I'm at because I'm kind of worried about Shelby County Board of Equalization values.
I think that's a good point. There seems to be a lot of confusion between the two opinions. I mean, even down to the point of number of bedrooms and number of baths. That's something we all should be able to agree on. And then there's the square foot process. Some of it may be negligible. I think right now you've got the county sitting at 147 and the appraiser sitting at a different figure. Well, and the percentage of difference and distribution in those numbers are not terrible. So if they're that close already, I think we ought to get the record straight on what's physically and economically there. I vote to remand it back. Clear up the record.
Okay, if we do remand it, and I'm not necessarily against doing that, I think we need to be pretty specific on what we want the administrative law judge to look at again. One thing I failed to look at or mention earlier, I have a lot of trouble saying that the guest house or the second house is not worth anything. And it might not be that popular or bring as much as $1, dollar for dollar cost or anything like that, but to say it adds no value to the house without any real substantiation, I have a lot of difficulty with that. But if we want to remand anything, I think that's okay. I think we need to be specific as to what we want to the administrative law judge to look at specifically. And I would say that's one thing is the house, is the value of the house. I would look at the adjustments throughout the grid that the taxpayers did and their inconsistency and whether they're, for want of a better term, their polarity is correct, where they should plus or minus. And also this thing about the square footage on the house, you're going to get different square footages. I could go out and measure it one day and Mr. Profit could measure it the next day and Mr. Bowles could measure it the third day, and we could all come up with different methods, not necessarily methods, but sizes. If you look at the way an ANSI thing for measuring a building, you can be within a commercial office building, you can be within 2%. I don't know whether these are that close or not, but you're not going to come up with the same thing every time. And I think that's, we're like I said before, beating it horse, that particular issue.
So in legal terms, typically we're looking for like a credibility determination. If the judge found that the discrepancies in the taxpayer's appraisal report make it to where their evidence lack credibility, you want the judge to make a determination on that standpoint?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then understanding your comments about basically square footage as well, sort of.
And other matters of fact, as to how many rooms. Mr. Bowles brought up about how many rooms, and that is a matter of fact. I mean, that's pretty easy to count, whether 4 bedrooms or 5 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms. That's an easy one to know. So, and also about like I said, the value or no value for a guest house that's 2,800 square feet.
I agree with you.
If there are any other things that we ought to add to that grocery list of things to look at, please feel free to add them, and then we can just make a motion. And I'm hope you're adding all those things down.
I do have a point of clarification, if I may.
Yeah, if you direct it to me.
Yes. So Mr. Pope, I guess my only thought would we, after this point, have an opportunity to appeal again? And the only reason I'm asking is because what I'm thinking is if it's sent back for the judge to make credibility findings. Let's say, for instance, the judge clarifies, okay, that she found Mr. Trotz's appraisal to be more credible, despite the issues that we just heard. For instance, no value placed on the second home. Do we then reappeal that basically with our same points to say that there's no evidence to support such a finding?
Yeah, I can clarify that. And so for our commission members and for everyone, yeah, so if you because the commission has been sunsetted, essentially what happens if you remand something back, parties can so if your decision today is to remand the decision of the administrative judge to make a credibility finding on various issues, as well as to cite the judge's findings of fact to portions of the record, whether that be square footage or whatever, what may have you, and the parties still take issue with it. Essentially, because this body has been sunsetted, the parties can still then reappeal whatever that order on remand is, but it would go up to the full State Board of Equalization, and their review is discretionary. They are not required to have a hearing on that basis, and then the parties can go to Chancery Court if they want to. They can also just go straight to Chancery Court if they would want to. So I hope that answers your question, Ms. White. So essentially, yes, after remanded, the administrative judge would potentially have another hearing, another evidentiary hearing too, if they need to, and then it would go forth. Once you get that order from the administrative judge, the appeal procedure from there would be either to the full State Board of Equalization as an optional step, or you can go straight to Chancery Court once the decisions become the final agency action. So for our commission members, if you have any other questions procedurally, or if you're ready to entertain a motion on kind of what that remand is going to look like, what those instructions.
Just a little more discussion.
Yeah, sure.
So I guess we need to get our list ready. Okay, what we need, right?
That's correct.
So we want we want the value, the board. I mean, I'm speaking as a question. We feel that there is a value to the guest house.
Correct.
Okay. So we want the judge to consider the value to the guest house. We want the room count to be confirmed. Is that an issue or not?
Since there is a discrepancy between the two parties here, yes, I would want that.
So we want the judge to review the record and confirm the room count. The square foot, do we need the judge to confirm the?
Personally, I'm not that concerned about that. What I'm more concerned about is that in one place, an adjustment has been made at one level, and another time, instead of positive, the same situation, and instead of positive, it's negative, or that the amount of the adjustment is completely different. And also, there's been no adjustment whatsoever for age. You're looking at no.
Yeah.
So I would also maybe just a slight point of
is that getting too technical?
No, it's technicality is totally fine. The judge doesn't necessarily present new evidence, and so so it's one of those things. My understanding would be generally you would be allowing the judge to reopen the record to allow the parties to resolve any of the ambiguity. You're really just asking the judge to cite to the portions of the record, where that existed or not, or otherwise make a credibility finding, after considering those factors. The judge isn't necessarily, they're not going through and doing research. The judge isn't the appraiser. They're not going to go through, find this appraisal report. They're going to take what's submitted by the parties.
So we can recommend it to the judge to open it up for
additional facts, additional, yeah.
Our list of facts.
Yeah.
That we are concerned about.
Or I would also say to be concerned about the credibility of the report in a whole. I know one of the things that, and I forget which of the things in USPAP and in the Appraisal Institute, if you have it's just as wrong to make a series of small mistakes as it is to make one big one. And I think that's a real problem with this report.
I would say that because in our world, which is imperfect, you could remand it back, and the parties may not be able to put forth credible evidence, and then you put the judge in a situation where they're trying to find facts, but there's no support for it. So you want to identify the judge, what their assignment is, but you can't necessarily control necessarily what the parties are going to submit or what the judge is able to find in the record. So usually when you see remands, the judge remanded to the judge to specifically consider these elements, to specifically consider the discrepancies pointed out in the record on the taxpayer submitted appraisal analysis, to make a credibility finding on those discrepancies or something like that. You really want to identify what the job of the judge is going to do, but the judge isn't necessarily, they're bound by the evidence submitted. And so if you say, judge, you need to determine how many bedrooms, but there's no additional evidence to support how many bedrooms, you put the judge in that's an impossible task. Yeah. So you really want to identify the judge. What is their job based upon, are they supposed to reopen the record and receive additional evidence? And if so, are they supposed to really consider, the value of the evidence submitted and things like that? That kind of makes sense. So just as a procedural element of how to remand a case, that's kind of what we're talking about. And so let's read it one more time.
One could the two parties hammer out these physical differences in the reports?
That's the essence of where we're at. We're an adversarial system, and so they may never agree. That is not their job. The job of the court is to determine who is right and who is wrong. So yeah.
They still did.
And can I just do a framework of what we're looking at, and then we can change, one of us can do it into a motion.
You can. You're good.
Okay. Okay. So if I'm reading how we feel, it seems like we're kind of on the same page. We want to remand this to the administrative judge to reopen for finding of fact for the following. Value of the guest house. The room count to be confirmed between the two parties. The square footage to be confirmed between the two parties. And we are concerned about an adjustment for age.
And differences in adjustments for the same features from different comparables.
Add that, please, table.
And can we say, do we have anything else?
Mr. Bowles?
No,
And can we word it this way correctly, to look at the administrative record, and in particular the taxpayers' report, credibility, and or to reopen, and if necessary, to reopen the report, or to reopen the record for support of these items.
Generally, and to put that in that kind of maybe a motion language, the motion to remand to the administrative judge for specific considerations. Those specific considerations being considerations as to the independent value of the guest house, a accurate counting of the rooms of the subject property, the accurate counting of the square footage, the consideration of the age adjustments as put forth in the comparable sales from both parties, and specifically for the consideration of the differences and adjustments for features of the different comparables and the adjustments made for those different features of the comparables. And the administrative judge has discretion to base that on the existing administrative record, and or if the judge wants to, they can have an evidentiary hearing to hear additional testimony if they need to consider those enumerated items.
All discussion is closed. I make that motion as spoken.
All those in favor?
My words exactly.
I agree. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? No.
All right, the ayes carry. We'll get that order out in the next 90 days. You heard it here. This hearing is recorded. We'll play it back too, so the administrative judge can watch this hearing if they would like to. That will otherwise conclude our business for today. We will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. for a couple other things. I'll stick around for a minute if any of our parties have any other procedural questions. But that I will otherwise conclude the recording. That concludes our hearings for today. Thank you, everyone.